hair, who keeps on cropping up in ads, because I think he was waiting until Manchester United won 5 games on the season.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you've interviewed him. He seems to be doing the media rounds. I mean, I don't know if McGinn is fit enough to start for Villa, but I always think they have a little bit more soul and bite when he's in their midfield.
Michael Carrick, whether he's going to be there or not, we're not sure, but he says title tilt 2027-28. So next season we'll let him go, but he thinks they can have a title tilt.
Isn't this something that Ineos and Ratcliffe came up with, this plan for when they were going to be competing for the title again? I would say whoever's in charge next season, that it's still a fair way off.
Because what do they have to do, though? I mean, are you looking for an overhaul from Man United?
So we started off this programme talking about Andy Darn's excellent column in the Sunday Mirror on Rashford, but I think central midfield clearly has to be addressed, and whether that's with an Elliot Anderson and Adam Wharton.
You're determined to get Elliot Anderson there, aren't you?
No. Not. I mean, I just think. Well, he's doing so. Look, he's got into the England squad and he's got into the England team while being at Nottingham Forest, so he doesn't need to sort of shoot off for his ambitions.
Well, he will need to if they get relegated.
The Champions League. Yeah, but do you think Nottingham Forest will get relegated? I think you've got to play an Elliot Anderson who will fight to keep them up.
You know what? I'm really not sure. That relegation battle looks so nip and tuck.
But look at West Ham. West Ham are reviving under Nuno.
So you've got Spurs going down.
I've got Spurs going down. Who do you think will go down?
Oh no, I can see a big argument for Spurs going down right now. Yeah, definitely. I didn't believe it 2 weeks ago, but now I think.
Did you hear what Lincoln City fans have been singing? They're likely to go up from League One, and they've been chanting Tottenham away, ole ole. Fair play to the Spurs fans. They've been singing Lincoln away, ole ole.
Anyway, you've got a lot of faith in Manchester United finishing the season well with your pal Carrick and qualifying for Champions League.
Yeah. I mean, look where they are at the moment. He's got them in a very strong position. As you say, he can coach them all week. There's no element of fatigue. I know you dismiss fatigue as an issue for athletes, but I think it's all set up for them. Whether that actually means he gets the job is a debate for Ineos at the end of the season.
But he certainly put himself into pole position, and even Paul Scholes is reining back slightly on criticising him, so maybe he's got one of those old boys out of the way from giving him a bit of stick. Anyway, you can keep across all of today's action with Game Day Live on Talk Sport. That's it. Up next, it's the warm-up with Ollie Klink and Rory Jennings.
At Betfair, we believe that to play different, you need the right tools. The boots, the world-class tactics, the science-backed nutrition. The pros have their tools, and with Betfair, so do you. Our safer gambling tools work just like the right pair of boots, designed to keep you on top of your game. Open the Betfair app to equip yourself so you can bet at your best. Betfair. Play different.
18+, begambleaware.org.
The days are getting longer and it's time for a spring refresh.
With VeryPay, babe.
Get ready to entertain with the Palmer 6-seater patio set, only £299. And get cooking with the Zanussi wood pellet pizza oven with paddle and cover, only £199. Shop al fresco dining at Very today. Plus get more time to pay with VeryPay. Very. Let's make it sparkle. Delivery from $3.99.
Tesco Insurance are driving down the cost of motoring with 10% off car insurance. Take out a car insurance policy before the 15th of May 2026 and you'll get 10% off with Club Card prices. We offer a range of cover options, so you can choose the one that's right for you. Save 10% when you buy or renew a car policy with Tesco Insurance. Search Tesco Car Insurance and get a quote direct today. Club Card required. Excludes add-ons. T's and C's apply.
Flat battery, blown bulb, wipers past their best. Don't worry, you can fit it yourself at home. With big brands and low prices, starting from just £1.99 for wipers, $4.99 for bulbs, and batteries from just $39.99. Those life journeys don't need to cost the earth. Don't wait for a flat start. Power up, brighten up, clear up with mymotorworld.com. Delivery from just £3.95.
mymotorworld.com. When life gives you that Friday feeling, get your restaurant faves in as little as 25 minutes on Deliveroo. Whether it's zesty lemon pepper wings from Wingstop, tasty noodle soup from Pho, or peri salted chips from Nando's. So when you've got that last email sent, the to-do list ticked, we've got dinner sorted. Deliveroo, now just got even better. Geographical restrictions, T's and C's and fees apply. Delivery times vary. See app or web for info.
Sport. It's in your DNA. That's why at SpreadX Sports, you get great offers and features to aid your sports betting, including £30 in free bets when you join and place a qualifying £10 fixed odds bet at minimum odds of 1 to 2. Visit spreadx.com/DNA for full terms and conditions. SpreadX Sports. It's in our DNA. 18 plus gamblerware.org. Qualifying bets cannot be cashed out early. Once settled, get 3 free £10 fixed odds bets on consecutive days. Free bet stakes not included in any winnings. Free bets must be claimed within 28 days.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Thanks to Sean and Henry for the last couple of hours. Isn't life just sometimes glorious? You know, if you're a Newcastle United fan and you get to do a 3-hour show with a Chelsea fan the day after your team beats them at Stamford Bridge, something like that. Just absolutely brilliant sometimes, isn't it? I'm Ollie Klink, Newcastle fan, alongside Rory Jennings, Chelsea fan, for the next 2.5 hours. Plenty to come. We'll look ahead to some huge games down the bottom of the Premier League too, especially for Spurs, in a bit of trouble, aren't they? First, though, here's the news and sport with Hugo Schombre.
Thanks, Ollie. Good morning. Igor Tudor could be sacked if Spurs lose to Liverpool today. The manager was made aware the club are looking at other options after their loss to Atletico in the week. Spurs have lost 5 straight league matches and are just 1 point above the drop zone. Tudor says there's a simple way to turn things around.
When we start to not doing mistakes, we start to win. This football is a game of mistakes. So when you do mistakes, you lose the points. So we need to stop doing mistakes.
While Michael Carrick says United are working towards competing for the Premier League title again. They're third in the table ahead of today's clash with Villa at Old Trafford. United have set an ambitious target of winning the league by 2028 when they'll celebrate their 150th anniversary.
It's an exciting time because we've got something to play for. We would love to be playing for something a little bit more, a little bit higher and really challenging for leagues. There's no way you can say it's going to happen and assume it's going to happen. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to go into that and a lot of things that need to be put in place to achieve that. It's tough to win the Premier League.
Elsewhere, Mercedes driver Kimi Antonelli has won his first Formula One Grand Prix, with the 19-year-old taking victory in China. George Russell came in second, while Lewis Hamilton achieved his first podium since joining Ferrari with a third-place finish. And England have ended the Six Nations with their worst ever championship record. A last-gasp loss to France yesterday means they've suffered 4 defeats in a row, but will the improved performance be enough to keep Steve Borthwick in charge? There's more on our website at talksport.com.
Talk Sport News.
The government's considering sending mine-hunting drones to help break Iran's stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz, and researchers say prostate cancer screenings are as effective as those used for breast cancer.
Talk Sport weather with QuickFit. Whatever the winter weather, Bridgestone Turanza All-Season 6 tyres. Guaranteed for 25,000 miles. Book today at quickfit.com. Conditions apply.
Mostly bright today with some cloud cover and scattered showers spreading eastwards. Coastal gales in the north.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong. Like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
I sold them. They were too expensive. I got a great deal on these scooters, though.
You expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
It'll be fun. Just think of the core strength you'll build. This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. So the next time you need someone to get the job done right, get matched with quality candidates with an Indeed sponsored job. Visit Indeed.com/nexthire and sponsor your job today.
On YouTube, smart speaker and smart TV.
Heat up on the warm-up.
Sports radio for discriminating sports enthusiasts. Scrub up, turn up, shut up.
Blimey, it's the warm-up on Talk Sport.
With Ollie Klink and Rory Jennings.
Rub it in.
Everyone's a winner, baby.
Good morning. What a wonderful morning, isn't it? This is the warm-up on TalkSport. I'm Ollie Klink. I've got Chelsea fan Rory Jennings alongside me for 2.5 hours. We're in for Max and Barry this morning. So much to get into. Coming up, Arsenal getting closer and closer, aren't they, to a first Premier League in 22 years, all thanks to that last gasp win over Everton. Magic moment from 16-year-old Max Dowman, coolest kid in school. And with Man City dropping points, is the title race all but done? Is it wrapped up? Are we finished with it? We'll also look ahead to some big games today. Forest could send Spurs into the bottom 3 ahead of their trip to Anfield later. They've got hundreds of players out, Spurs, as well, and Igor Tudor is still in charge. Yikes. We'll also play the footballer game a bit later. We'll play Guess the Attendance. And, of course, we will chat about the mighty Newcastle United beating Rory's Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. This is the warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app. Rory J, how you doing, mate?
Terrible. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks, mate.
Terrible.
Really good.
Yeah. It's not been a great 24 hours for me.
No,
it really hasn't. I've gone. This is very much the frying pan into the fire.
Take me through it.
But it's the frying pan into the fire. I was sat here with Mr. Jamie O'Hara yesterday, and now I'm lumbered with you. Yeah, it's not ideal at all. It's really, really not great. Obviously, I had the misfortune of watching Arsenal basically capture the league title. I don't think we're there yet, and I think Arsenal fans find it quite frustrating when we say that they are. But they took a huge step in the most glorious of ways. So I didn't enjoy watching that. I didn't enjoy watching that with a Tottenham fan in Jamie O'Hara, and I certainly didn't enjoy watching Newcastle beat Chelsea at Stamford Bridge in a fairly shambolic and embarrassing way. Yes. So no, not a good 24 hours for me, mate.
Second time we've won there in 31 attempts in the Premier League. Second time.
It's hardly surprising. That's the thing that's so annoying about it.
It's amazing.
And then you think about the week that we've had. We launched out of the Champions League midweek. We then launched out of the Champions League qualification spots. Like, I don't think we're going to make it now. Feels like we've been eliminated from the Champions League twice in the space of 3 days.
Tell you what, we're going to get stuck into all that. We'll also talk about the brilliant goal from Gordon, the amazing performance from Newcastle United. But before anything, Rory, we have to talk about that huddle from Chelsea. They've been doing it in recent games where, if you haven't seen this, right, Chelsea have decided they want to start doing huddles in the centre circle around the ball before kickoff. It's all a bit odd, but yesterday it reached new heights. They actually trapped the referee, Paul Tierney, who had no idea what was going on, in the middle of their huddle. It was absolutely bizarre. Honestly, if you haven't seen it yet, you've got to try and search for it and look for it. There's a moment as well where Tierney looked at the camera and it genuinely looks like something out of The Office. Now, Liam Rosenior was asked about this after the game. Here's what he had to say about that huddle.
I'm disappointed. There's more focus and emphasis on the things that don't matter. I'm going to make it really clear. I want to protect my players. I'm respectful to the game. My players made a decision that they wanted to be around the ball, to respect the ball, and show unity and leadership. That is not my decision. That was a decision between a leadership group and a team. There is nothing that they're doing with that huddle that is disrespectful to the opposition. And do you know what's amazing? Before the game, it wasn't me. We had a meeting with the referee. My assistant goes in. The first thing he talks about is our huddle. And he says about when I complained about Arsenal being in our half. It wasn't the goalkeeper coach that was in our half. And people who were at that game at Arsenal know why I said what I said. We're not being disrespectful to the opposition. If Paul had focused more on his job, which was to make the right decision, we have a penalty today.
Mate, they're just trying to respect the ball. They're just trying to respect the ball.
That has got to be the least inspiring man Chelsea have ever had in management. I think he's the worst manager. I think he's the most inept manager. I think he's the most undeserving Chelsea manager. And listening to him speak there, it's just an appalling appointment. Everything about that was utter nonsense. It's drivel. It's drivel. We're listening to the Chelsea manager say nothing but drivel there. Like, what on earth are you on about? We want to respect the ball. We want to do a huddle around the ball in order to respect it. Like, what on earth are you talking about? This is like that marginal gains nonsense, isn't it? It's like a walking LinkedIn post from Jake Humphrey. That's what it is. That's who the Chelsea manager is. Over the years, Chelsea have appointed lots of managers that haven't worked out. But at least you could rationalise it. At least you could understand why they got the job. So, for example, we appointed Luis Felipe Scolari. It didn't work out. He was a very bad Chelsea manager and he was sacked very quickly. But at least you could rationalise it. He'd won the World Cup with Brazil. It made sense. Andre Villas-Boas, one of the worst managers I've ever watched. He had European success in Portugal. It kind of made sense why he got the job. Why is somebody as inept and undeserving as Liam Rosenior in the job? How uninspiring were those words? And then he's focusing on it like, look, I've never played the game. But he's talking about doing a huddle around a football in order to respect it. Like, this is nonsense, isn't it? This is utter nonsense. Like, I don't understand how we can actually be having a conversation where he's talking, and we've heard him say things in the past. You remember when he was talking about he's a manager and he wants to help men age. He's a manager who helps the aging of men. And you're like, okay, you sound like a bit of a bozo, but I'm going to try and give you the benefit of the doubt because it sounds so ridiculous. You're talking about doing a huddle to show respect to inanimate objects. It's a football. You don't need to show respect to an inanimate object. So I just think this is atrocious.
I think the huddle itself is just it's such odd behaviour as well, and trapping the ref in it. And do you know what? If they're all kind of there taking it quite seriously, it's fine. But you've kind of got Cole Palmer at one point kind of hugs the ref and they're laughing.
Because they know it's all performative nonsense.
It's immature.
They know.
It's ahead of a Premier League game.
Cole Palmer giggling in that situation. I don't think that it necessarily portrays him in a particularly kind or positive light, but I don't think he's doing anything wrong. I would giggle in that situation. You know, if somebody like Liam Rossini was trying to find these marginal games to make us a better team, and he goes, I tell you what we're going to do, we're going to do this really performative huddle. It's going to bring us together, it's going to unify us, we're going to pay our respects to the ball. Yeah, Cole Palmer should laugh at him. He should laugh at him.
Yeah, true.
Because he's completely out of his depth in the job.
Well, actually, Liam Rossini said that it was a decision that the players made themselves, and he almost said that he was proud of his players for taking on that initiative. I'm pretty sure...
I was proud of our players when they won the league. What are we talking about? This is the other thing. This is all total idiocy if you win the game. But to do that, we're going to do a huddle, we're going to show our unity. I'll tell you where there was no unity. When Newcastle United scored one of the easiest goals I think I've ever seen scored.
Good goal.
No, I know you're doing that as a joke. Good goal. It wasn't. Like, let's be totally honest, and I'm not taking anything away from Newcastle. They deserved the win. Anthony Gordon played really well. You had us on the back foot. You were the better side. But it wasn't a good goal. It was actually a poor goal to concede on the Hackney Marshes.
It was too easy. It was too easy.
It genuinely was. Like, you know, I play in a 7-a-side league, and if I did that, my teammate, who's a professional teacher, would have gone, mate, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's how bad the goal was. It was such amateur football from Chelsea. And, you know, that's 3 games without a win at home now. We've dropped points at home. There seems to be this misnomer in football about Liam Rossini, and I don't know where it's coming from. People keep saying to me, well, he's done all right, though, hasn't he? He's done better than we expected. No, he hasn't. We were 2-0 up against Leeds and we didn't win the game. We were 1-0 up against Burnley and we didn't win the game. Both at Stamford Bridge. We've been beaten by Newcastle. He's inept. He's obviously inept.
And thrashed by PSG and collapsed against PSG. And that's the point, is that I think most of the games, you know, even if you look at the Villa game, Villa hadn't been in form. It's an impressive win, don't get me wrong. They've gone to Villa Park 1-4-1, fine. But actually, you're right. I think if you look at the other results he's had, and these are the standards you need if you're going to be the Chelsea manager, in my opinion. He's beaten teams that he should be beating. And then when it's come to the games where he can pull off an impressive result, he's lost to Arsenal, he's been battered by PSG, and now you're seeing other results come in, like that Burnley game, like the Leeds game, and then like losing to Newcastle at home.
Yeah, I think that's the point as well. There seems to be this thing, because he landed and had an incredibly favourable fixture list, got a couple of wins in a row, people went, oh, is he an upgrade on Maresca? People were saying, hasn't he done well? You're like, you're 2-0 up against Leeds at Stamford Bridge. Leeds are a huge rival of ours, a massive rival. There is a generation of Chelsea fans that will tell you Leeds are our biggest rival in the Premier League. And I like Leeds being back in the Premier League because of that rivalry. We're 2-0 up at home to them. The game is won. The game is over. The game is out of reach for them. I'm sure Leeds fans can correct me here, but if you're a Leeds fan in that away and singing Marching On Together, you're only doing it out of pride at 2-0 down. You think the game is out of reach. And somehow we have pressed the self-destruct button against Paris Saint-Germain. It's 2-2, things are going okay, we shoot ourselves in the foot again. This is all stemming from a manager that is bumbling along.
But let's be honest, the issue is wider than the manager, right? And also the reason he's been appointed is because of those wider issues.
No, but the manager is a patsy. The manager is a patsy for this ownership. The manager is a stooge for this ownership. So, look, I can be incredibly scathing about Liam Rossini, and I'm correct. I am completely and utterly correct. But people might say it's harsh. The only reason it's harsh is because the issue is Blueco. Blueco, as an entity, are the worst thing that has ever happened to Chelsea Football Club. This ownership that have come into Chelsea and dismantled an efficient winning machine in the space of 4 years. They took over a team that were the best team in Europe. We won the Super Cup, the Club World Cup, and the Champions League. That's who we were when they took over. Since then, we have won nothing.
Well, you won the Club World Cup.
No, don't do that.
You did, though.
No, sorry, I've had to put up with Jamie O'Hara doing this to me yesterday. You can't do the same thing. The Club World Cup is an amazing trophy if you marry it up with other major silverware. If you win the Premier League and then you juxtapose the Premier League win with a Club World Cup, then it's amazing. And I have a lot of respect for this competition. When Chelsea won the European Cup in 2012, we played in the Club World Cup in Japan. I went to it because I wanted to win. Rafael Benitez made a pig's ear of that. But I wanted to win the trophy. But the reason it was so significant was because we had won the European Cup. They go hand in hand. We won the European Cup 4 years ago under a different ownership with none of the players.
That's a good point. That's the only reason you're in this Club World Cup is because of
because of Tuchel, Thiago Silva, Kai Havertz, Roman Abramovich. We then win this competition. And the other thing that I just think we have to disregard immediately is winning that nonsense Conference League. That isn't silverware for Chelsea.
You might as well not have been in that. I don't think do you know what I mean? Like
I said this to Jamie yesterday. We played a team along the way who I'd never heard of. I'm very fortunate. I work in football. Been a football fan all my life. I can remember the teams that we played in 1994 when David Rocastle was scoring against Victoria Zizkov. I can remember that run to the semi-final. We played a team in Europe called Noah, and I'm sure that the world is far more knowledgeable about football than I am, but I had never heard of Noah. We played them on the way to winning a competition. Like, obviously I have no respect for the competition if we're playing a team that I've never heard of. You know what I mean? Like, it's nonsense. So no, this ownership and anyone who is part of it, anyone who is alongside it, anyone that creates an excuse for this ownership, anyone associated with them should be ashamed.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this show so much. I'm telling you that right now. We're going to chat about Newcastle in just a moment as well, because that is a massive result for them ahead of a really, really big week too. This is the warm-up here on TalkSport with Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app. We're also going to chat about Arsenal. I was at the Emirates yesterday, absolutely erupted when 16-year-old Max Dowman scored that goal right at the end. Is the title race looking wrapped up?
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Manage your Travis Perkins trade account online or via the Travis Perkins app.
Sally, what was that site called?
That prize guy.
That Wise Guy? No, what's a Fugazi? No, Sally, the site with the prizes.
That prize guy.
That Pies Guy? No, Sally, not meat and potato, the cars, 250 grand cash.
That prize guy.
That Thighs Guy? What's that? Sally? To win cars, tech and cash for as little as 2p per entry, just search That Prize Guy online. It's easy, really. The hardest part is remembering the name. Over 18 only, no purchase necessary. See website for details.
Get 3 months half price when you switch to an unlimited SIM with 3. That means quick streaming, faster downloads, and more money to spend on the things you love. Join the UK's fastest 5G network and get your unlimited SIM today. Buy now in store or c3.co.uk.
Unlimited 24-month light plan. Proof of switching required. Based on Ookla speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved. Subject to credit checks and terms.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Footsteps, Gary! Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals. Up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
Idle money dozes in your current account, snoring softly, dreaming of doing absolutely nothing. But when you save with Monzo, your money's always busy. It sorts your salary into personalised pots, rounds up spare change, and saves it automatically. It even holds strategy meetings with your savings while you sleep. Monzo, the bank that gets your money moving. Monzo current account required. UK residents 18+, T's and C's apply.
This season, LiveScore Bet is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. Like with 2 Up, where if your team goes 2 goals up in the game, at any point, we pay out. Forget squeaky bum time. You're already a winner at LiveScore Bet. LiveScore Bet. Total betting. Qualifying bets on a team to win. If they go 2 goals ahead in 90 minutes, we pay out as a winner. Selected competitions, T's and C's apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Talk Sport Travel with Subway. Transfer your lunch into a different league with your sub on a spud. Everything we put on your sub on a spud. Results.
Ongoing big problems this morning in Derbyshire. The northbound M1 is completely closed from Chesterfield to Balborough, junction 29 to 30 following an accident. Also road closures on Merseyside. Delays in Liverpool, it's the half marathon and 10-mile run. Road closures until around 3 p.m. Because of protests in central London, there's a closure of Albert Embankment and also Millbank. And at Belgravia, expect some hold-ups in London. There's road closures till around 4 for the St Patrick's Day Parade. I'm Simon James. That's the latest.
Move over for a massive Monday night double on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
From 8, Brentford versus Wolves in the Premier League on TalkSport, while Portsmouth take on Derby County in the Championship on TalkSport 2.
Marvel at a maelstrom of Monday night football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
What a brilliant header that is! In the back of the net from Adam Rendell! It's Middlesbrough 1, Bristol City 1.
Sunderland 0, Brighton 1. Well, for the record, Yankuba Minte, ex-Newcastle, he actually has got the ball into the back of the net.
It's finished Burnley 0, Bournemouth 0. Ultimately, both sides will be disappointed because they had the chances to win this, but neither were clinical enough in the final third to get the goal that the game probably in the end didn't deserve.
This has not been one of their better weeks for Newcastle. Who knows, going into the game with Barcelona live on TalkSport on Tuesday. Finished here, Chelsea 0, Newcastle 1. Arsenal come forward with Max Dowman and they're away and they're going to wrap up all 3 points. Max Dowman, the youngster, taps the ball home. Hugh Bedlam at the Emirates. The substitutes stream onto the pitch. The Emirates erupts in joy. The scenes of celebration here at the Emirates will tell you just how important this result is for Mikel Arteta and the Gunners. It's finished at the Emirates. Arsenal 2, Everton 0.
Good with the in-swinging delivery. Donnarumma doesn't get there, and it's headed in by Mavropanos. In off the underside of the bar, and that's the final whistle. Most certainly, it's advantage Arsenal in the Premier League title race. West Ham have really hurt Manchester City's title aspirations here.
This is the warm-up here on TalkSport with me, Ollie Klink, alongside Rory Jennings. Who was that fella at the Emirates? Oh,
I don't know, useless. I turned him off.
Useless, yeah. And do you know what? It's funny because obviously because I was reporting at that game, it meant I didn't have eyes on the Chelsea-Newcastle game, the one that Newcastle won at Stamford Bridge.
Can I ask you a question? Did you make that package? Did you put yourself in a package on a show that you're hosting? Because there seems to be a lot of you.
I was quite a long clip there, wasn't
I? Yeah. Do you have anything to do with this? Are you influencing the packages?
No, mate, no. They just wanted a long clip of it. But I actually had the next best thing, mate, because obviously I got to listen to you and Jamie, and I just heard your complete meltdown as you watched Arsenal score those important goals to go to maybe win the league.
Do you know what was?
Whilst watching your team.
Do you know what? There was a horrible moment, and I'm sure Jamie would agree with this. I'm sure football fans will completely empathise. We're on air. We're on the radio, and James obviously is as Tottenham as they come. I'm a Chelsea fan. We're watching Arsenal effectively win the league, or at least take a huge stride towards winning the league in fairly glorious circumstances, Dowman historic circumstances, and neither of us could really speak, which is tricky when you're on air. We're both sort of just looking at each other going, I want to go home. I don't want to talk about this. There's 20 minutes left of the show. That's how good Arsenal were. That's how big it was for Arsenal. They rendered both Jamie O'Hara and myself completely speechless.
Yeah, it was huge, and a huge moment for Dowman, as you say. And after the win for Arsenal yesterday, I spoke to Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta, who was waxing lyrical about Dowman, who got that goal that sealed the points for the Gunners.
An incredible talent, but I think what sets him apart is his personality and the way he handles the context, the pressure of the situation. It's not normal.
I was going to say, Mikel, it takes immense trust to put a player on so young, even if he is that talented. What made you so confident that he was the right player for that moment and that context of the game?
It was a gut feeling, obviously observing the game and what we needed in that moment. Feeling the energy in the crowd, I think, is a variety of things when you have to make that decision, and for sure, because we all, not only me, I think the staff, the players, look what they do when they have the ball, they give it to him, you know. So that tells you the story.
And it's worth noting that he does become the youngest ever Premier League goal scorer as well, which is an amazing achievement for him too.
Yeah, it's remarkable. That's such a start, and he needs to enjoy it tonight and come back to earth tomorrow.
This is getting beyond a joke. That's you in the package, you hosting the show, you asking the questions to Mikel Arteta. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? This is like a stealthy way of calling this the Ollie Klink show.
It's important stuff, mate. You know,
unbelievable.
It's what the public want to hear.
Is it?
Don't text 81089.
It's certainly not what I want to hear.
But yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was interesting, that answer, I thought, about, you know, having that trust in bringing on Dalman in that moment. Arsenal were not at their best at all yesterday. I actually thought Everton were very unlucky, not just to lose that game, but they had the chances to win it. And we've kind of seen that in recent weeks from Arsenal, that they've ground out results really well, and that, of course, as we always know, is a sign of champions. But I thought that decision to bring Dalman on, who's just turned 16, Rory, the way that guy changed the game was ridiculous. Yes. At his age, up against an Everton team that are very difficult to play against, very rigid in defence, he won that game for Arsenal.
Yeah, he did. And I think that sometimes what you can get when you bring on a young kid straight out of Hale End, throw him in the deep end like that, and then he galvanises the team, drags you to a victory, by the way, to a victory that the established internationals in the team didn't look like they were going to secure. I think that could be the defining moment of Arsenal's season. That could be the crown and glory of Arsenal's season.
It's the moment they'll remember, I think. I think it is.
Yeah, I think if you talk to anyone who's won a league title, they will, and this is obviously applies to Arsenal fans of a certain age. If you're my age and support Arsenal, you will be able to think of the team that won the league in probably 98, where they had a moment. I mean, the one that springs to mind, not as an Arsenal fan, is when they won at Old Trafford, Mark Overmars. Obviously the Wiltord moment, whatever else. But I think that is the result that will go down as the winner. Like, look, a Chelsea fan under Mourinho, we will always tell you, Ewood Park. Arjen Robben scoring at Ewood Park. Aaron Mokoena broke Arjen Robben's foot in the game. That was the moment that we won the league. It was February. But the players knew. The players came over to the away and they're all throwing their shirts in. It was February, but we knew we'd won the league. And I think that Max Dalman's moment, the fact that it was him as well, like he was the architect of the first goal, the gliding ability, the way that he used his body, the way that he nodded the ball into space, and then the calmness, the composure to slot the ball into the back of the net with that grace. It was just an amazing moment and an amazing goal.
I think Arteta deserves a lot of credit
100%.
for that trust. And actually, I love the fact that he just said, do you know what? It was just a gut feeling. I just knew he would be able to come on. And actually, he then makes the point, like you say there, this Arsenal side, arguably one of the best in Europe. You know, they're favourites with the bookies for the Champions League, so it's unarguable that that's the case. And Mikel Arteta is there saying, he comes on, and all of those players are looking at him to give the ball.
Also,
it's insane.
Do you know what? I think you're right to give Arteta credit. And naturally, what we're going to do when we talk about what happened at Arsenal is we're going to talk about Dalman. We're going to talk about the impact of Dalman, the movement of Dalman, the grace of Dalman, and we're right to do that. But you are also totally correct to flag the ambition from Mikel Arteta. It's brave. It's a gamble. And it's a gamble.
And he's had a lot of stick this season for being too cautious.
Absolutely. No. What we talk about him is that he is the kind of manager who is a little bit boring. He's not exciting. He is risk averse, and yet he has chosen to throw on a kid, to take off his rock in midfield. By the way, he took off Zubamendi. It was an incredibly brave, gambling moment, because the other thing is as well, this is why it's so brave from Arteta. You know, if Arteta brings on Gabriel Jesus and Gabriel Jesus doesn't perform, Arteta can almost go, well, I brought on the full Brazil international, he hasn't delivered, it's not my fault. If you bring on the kid and it doesn't work, it's 100% Arteta's fault. We would be here today if they brought on down, we go, why didn't he bring on Jesus? But he took the gamble, he was brave, he made the decision, it was the correct decision, and I think we have to acknowledge quite how brave it was. You know, when we talk about him being 16, you know, like the record that he broke was James Vaughan, Everton.
Yeah.
James Vaughan was not far off 70.
Yeah.
Like Max Dalman he's negotiating both winning a league for Arsenal and his GCSEs. Like,
can you imagine being him going?
Mate, 16 years and 73 days. 16 years and so 74 days ago, he was 15. What were you doing when you were 16 years and 73 days old?
mean, I haven't even passed my driving test yet.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely...
What, you can't drive? Man, that's emasculating. What, you actually can't drive? Do you have a disability?
No.
Why can't
I've
you
just
drive?
failed two tests.
How old are you?
29.
What, you don't have a driving licence? No. Mate, that's just... You're not a man. How can you not have a driving licence? You're nearly 30.
Yeah, it's bad,
Do you have a girlfriend? No.
Yeah. Well, that's why, mate.
Is there a link?
That's why.
Is there of this Venn diagram? Is there a grey area? Really, you can't drive? Wow.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Max Talman, coolest kid in school, isn't he? I mean, genuinely imagine walking in to school.
I know.
He's not even done his GCSEs, mate.
Yeah, I know. It's insane. It's truly amazing. You've also got to look at what Arteta did. Like, he took Madueke off, took Havertz off. That's worth what? 100 million quid? Yeah, it is. That's not even an exaggeration. It's 100 million pounds worth of talent off, and then you throw on the 16-year-old, and he probably wins you the league. That's a defining result. You know, when we're snide about Arsenal, they haven't beaten Man City yet. They didn't beat Liverpool. Okay, they beat Villa, but it doesn't feel like the statement result. It's come at home to everyone.
Is that it then for you? Is that it?
No, it's not it. And I think it's frustrating when people say it's it. It's over. It would be some turnaround for them not to win it from here, and I'm ready to concede that they will ultimately lift it. But look, you've got to think about what happened when Manchester United were running away with it and City ended up winning the league.
True. And that's 2012.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So no, I don't think.
And they've still got to play City. City have got a game in hand. I don't think it's over yet, but they're in a very good position now.
Why I believe it's over more so than Arsenal not dropping points. I think Arsenal might drop some points. Just City, there's nobody really chasing. You know if this Arsenal team could hear the hooves galloping behind them, they could hear Pep Guardiola and Bernardo Silva and Erling Haaland, who we should have a chat about, by the way. Erling Haaland's completely invisible. Was I correct about him? Right, but you know if they could hear, that pressure or feel that pressure coming from behind them, maybe Arsenal could capitulate. But City, do you know what's going to happen? By the time we get to the decider, by the time we get to that game at the Etihad, that is going to have the eyes of 1 billion people on it, to watch who wins the league in effectively a playoff, we're going to have a situation where it's over. It doesn't matter. Arsenal can go to the Etihad, lose 5-0 and still win the league. We're going to have a situation where Erling Haaland is going to have to give a guard of honour to Victor Gyökeres.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it was a brilliant result for Arsenal yesterday. So much more of yesterday's games to get into, and we're looking ahead to some big games, especially down the bottom. Spurs in big trouble. We'll chat about that a bit later on the show. This is the warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins Hire. With 250 hire branches nationwide, it's easy to hire at Travis Perkins. Find your local hire branch at travisperkins.co.uk.
At Betfair, we believe that to play different, you need the right tools. The boots, the world-class tactics, the science-backed nutrition. The pros have their tools, and with Betfair, so do you. Our safer gambling tools work just like the right pair of boots, designed to keep you on top of your game. Open the Betfair app to equip yourself so you can bet at your best. Betfair. Play different.
18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Is that footsteps, Gary? Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals. Up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
Get £500 off your next car at the Arnold Clark Rewards event. There's thousands of cars, including Kia, Vauxhall, MG, Peugeot and Volvo. Whether you're upgrading or switching to electric, save £500 when buying at the Arnold Clark Rewards event. But hurry, savings this good don't last. Available from the 9th to the 16th of March. Visit your nearest branch or shop at arnoldclark.com.
It's Mother's Day on Sunday, so make sure you get her a card, chocolates and flowers. But whatever you do, don't tell her about TalkSport Bet's latest exciting broadcast super boost, because mum's the word. Liverpool versus Spurs. Liverpool to win and over 1.5 goals in the match. Current price 40 to 85. Broadcast super boosted price 4 to 5. And check out even more great offers at TalkSportBet.com. TalkSportBet, beloved broadcaster, bring it on bookie.
When it comes to drama,
This is a monumental moment.
tension,
Big chance here.
and elation,
And the ball is in the back of the net.
the Premier League has it all. And this season, TalkSport's got your Sunday afternoon football covered with unbeatable coverage of all the big matches.
Job done.
Sunday Game Day Live this afternoon on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream a massive month of sport this March on Sky Sports with a Now Month membership.
Brilliant.
18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Talk Sport. News.
Right.
Good morning, I'm Hugo Chambray. The Energy Secretary says it's the government's intention to protect people from rising fuel costs due to the conflict in the Middle East. Ed Miliband says he's prepared to do whatever's necessary to tackle the cost of living crisis. Police are preparing for what they're calling a difficult public order event at a demonstration organised by the Islamic Human Rights Commission in London today. There'll be a static protest for Al-Quds Day after the Home Secretary banned today's planned pro-Palestinian march. And Hollywood's getting ready for the 98th Academy Awards in LA later. The vampire drama Sinners leads the pack with a record 16 nominations. One battle after another is widely expected to take the trophy for Best Picture.
Talk Sport.
Igor Tudor could face the sack if Spurs lose to Liverpool this afternoon. And out in Shanghai, Kimi Antonelli has become the second youngest winner of an F1 Grand Prix. I'll have more at 12.
Coming soon, the 2026 FIFA World Cup live on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
And that is a sensational goal!
48 teams, 39 days, 3 host countries, 1 summer of unbelievable, unbeatable sporting drama.
It's a world-class free kick from a world-class player.
Unrivaled kick-by-kick commentary of every single game across the entire tournament.
Comes to the far post, hits the post, and he's got in!
The 2026 FIFA World Cup starts this June on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Passionate opinion and sports stats on the warm-up.
Win a VIP trip to the British Grand Prix on Talk Sport.
Listen up, F1 fans, we're down to the final week. We want to send you and a mate to Silverstone on July the 5th for a British Grand Prix experience like no other. Forget general admission, forget about it. We're putting you right in the heart of it with the full racing green trackside experience. You can experience the F1 in the best way possible. You're getting exclusive grandstand seats, plus inner track access to watch the drivers roll into the paddock. And we've got the whole day sorted for you as well. All day street food and the best bit, a fully open bar and more. Don't miss out. Here's how to enter. For your chance to win, text WIN to 83338. Text costs £2.50 plus your standard network rate, or call 0343 418 7260. Lines close this Friday at 4 o'clock. That's when you'll need to answer the phone if it rings. 18 plus UK residents only. This is a network promotion. Full T's and C's at talksport.com. So for your chance to win, text WIN to 83338 now. Steve says, don't worry, Ollie. 3rd time lucky with the test. Travel down to Norwich and do an intensive course. I will, Steve. See you down there. Also, a couple of texts here that are quite interesting, Rory, from Adnan and also from David, pointing out Pickford. Why is no one talking about him coming out and flapping at the ball? He cost Everton the game. It is actually a fair point, because I think it's quite easy, isn't it, to focus on that brilliant ball in from Dowman and Arsenal getting over the line, and almost that moment at the end from Dowman winning it takes away from it. But it was a shame, because I thought once again Pickford put in a really good performance. You know, he made some important saves, and so did Everton. But they are right to say that
Pickford got it wrong. He certainly did. I think, look, I rate Pickford very highly. I think he's a class goalkeeper, but I think he's got that hero complex. I think a lot of goalkeepers do. It was the dying embers of the game. Everton are on for a point in hostile circumstances. You know what Pickford's like. He loves giving it to the fans. He loved to have taken a point there in those moments. And he rushed. There was a rush of blood to the head. Came out to try and be the hero, to try and claim a ball that he couldn't claim, and he's ultimately cost his team. It's completely accurate.
Yeah, it's very true, isn't it? If we focus on Newcastle, I've let you have your big rant about Chelsea. It was a massive win for us, I've got to say, Rory, and to be honest, it was one that I didn't really see coming, just given the fact that this week coming up is almost the whole season. They've got Barcelona in a tie that's still alive at the Nou Camp on Wednesday night. They've then got the Time Weir derby on Sunday, where they're looking for revenge because they lost that other game. And I kind of looked at that Chelsea game and I thought, I think he'll rotate a bit, which he did, and some of that was forced. I mean, we've got to bear in mind, by the way, Newcastle managed to win at Stamford Bridge without Tonali, Bruno or Joel Linton starting the game. I mean, that kind of shows how impressive the performance was.
Or it shows you quite how abject Chelsea were.
Well, yeah, it's one of two things really, isn't it? But someone I wanted to highlight was Anthony Gordon, because he got a bit of stick from the likes of Alan Shearer and Wayne Rooney after the draw with Barcelona, because he'd been ill ahead of the game. He then only played half an hour and didn't start the game, and they were suggesting that as a player you should do anything you can to make sure you're in that starting lineup. Here's what Gordon had to say about that when he was asked about whether he didn't want to play in that game against Barcelona in the week.
Saying I didn't want to play in the biggest game of my career is absolute nonsense. What the media guy told me was being said was complete and utter stupidity. Like, I was in bed for 3 days, missed training, so I was sick for 3 days. Then I turned up on the day of the game, ready to start the game. I thought I was starting. When I got to the stadium, the manager told me I wasn't playing, which you can imagine I didn't like very much, but that's his decision. And the team played great, but saying I didn't want to play in the biggest game of my career is absolute nonsense. I think it was Rooney said I walked past and didn't shake their hands, but then went in the change room. I didn't. I got changed by myself in a change room the size of this. It was just me in a sink. So complete nonsense. I think they need to do better.
Do you know what? He quite easily could have let it all slide and let that go. And I think fair enough for coming out and just putting the record straight and making sure people know that was the manager's decision. I thought in no uncertain terms there was no way that Anthony Gordon would have gone to Eddie Howe and said, "Do you know what, Gaff, I'm a bit too ill to start this game against Barcelona." Like he says there, biggest game of his career. I'm really with him there, and I'm pleased for him, Rory, that he's pointed it out and just made sure that people know that wasn't the case.
Yeah, of course. Of course he's right to do it, in fact, because to be completely transparent with you, I believe the opposite. I heard what Rooney had to say, and I thought it was true. So I think it's very important that Anthony Gordon comes out and has his say on the matter. I don't think anybody's ever got issues with that. I remember Jamie Carragher calling up Adrian Durham. Like, I don't think it's a problem to have your say as a professional footballer. I think people quite like it. What is very impressive is the form. I think Thomas Tuchel was at Stamford Bridge yesterday, so would have seen the form of Anthony Gordon. He's playing as a forward, isn't he? He's playing as the archetypal centre forward in the team. I think he's a very good player. He caused us no end of problems. And it didn't make sense for him to have opted out of a game of that magnitude. But I totally understand and make him right to come out and make sure that there is no debate or jeopardy around that statement.
Do you know what's quite interesting is that he said that it was the social media team at Newcastle who kind of made him aware of the comments. He said it's the kind of thing that he obviously keeps away from and just sticks to himself and just wants to focus on. It's funny because Pep Guardiola, I don't know if you saw this, was also talking this week about how people react to the lineup he puts out, and he was saying, when I picked the lineup for the Newcastle game in the Cup, there were all sorts of City fans going, "Where's Erling Haaland? You haven't picked the right team." And he was asked about that, and he said, "Look, I don't have a TikTok account, I don't have Instagram, but our teams make me aware of what people are saying." Do you think that's a bit odd that the social media teams point this out to Pep Guardiola and Anthony Gordon? Should they just actually say, or should they actually just leave them to it and let them crack on?
Yeah, I'm working this out. I'm working this conversation out, and obviously I'm not suggesting here that Anthony Gordon isn't telling us the truth, but I think that footballers are across social media. From my understanding, from the relationships that I have had and from the experience that I've had, I think they are across social media. I think they like to present the fact that they're not that. So rather, it's like, I think what he's saying is, I'm not across it, but somebody told me. I think that they're kind of aware. I think that there is a pollution in society, isn't there, with social media? Like, it's a hateful addition to life. It should be something good. It should be something that adds value, and ultimately it's hateful.
Well, I follow you, mate, so yeah. It's
yeah, you should see what people say about me.
My life, mate.
No, I think it's a horrible thing. But people contesting lineups and things like that is one thing. But I can understand why Anthony Gordon would hate the fact that there seems to be this rumour swilling across social media that he's opted out of playing for Newcastle United.
Yeah. And actually, it does beg the question as well. And we spoke about it on Inside the Toon on the TalkSport YouTube channel. Sorry, just making the show all about me again.
Is there another show?
Yeah, just another. Yeah, it's another one. Yeah.
You don't need me here, really. This could be a one-man show for 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Just pre-record answers for myself. No, but we were talking about it, and we actually said that maybe after the game, Eddie Howe could have made it a bit clearer that it was his call, that Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, but see, I disagree here, because I don't think Eddie Howe or any other manager has a responsibility to talk to social media. We don't have, as football fans, a God-given right to have every whim or question that we have answered by a manager. Eddie Howe's responsibility is to make sure that Newcastle win games.
Does he not need to look after Gordon a bit there, though? Because actually that wasn't social media. That's two ex-pros, two ex-England players suggesting that he didn't want to start the game.
Maybe. I just think that there seems to be this thing in football where we all demand, not only in football, in society, we demand answers from people. Eddie Howe's responsibility is to make Newcastle win games. People do this to Arteta. You know, when people genuinely say, but he's not entertaining me. Right, who are you, the Sultan of Brunei? Why do we need to entertain you? Arsenal and Mikel Arteta have a relationship where Mikel Arteta's sole objective is to secure the league. Winning in itself is entertaining. He doesn't need to entertain the rest of us. He doesn't have a responsibility to make sure that Arsenal are first up on Match of the Day. He has the responsibility to win the league. Everybody seems to feel very entitled about what football is to them, and are they getting what they want out of it. Eddie Howe doesn't really need to factor in anything other than how do you get a positive result with the Newcastle.
Ian sent us a text. How does Ollie feel about a 19-year-old winning the Chinese Grand Prix when he can't even drive yet? It's a really good point, Ian. I'm not gonna
I've lost all. I didn't. My expectations of you were quite low before this show started, and you have just dropped to new low, like new depths. You are the pits. You can't drive.
It's all because you lost to Newcastle, isn't it?
Yeah,
I love it.
Partly clouded by that.
I love it. Also, what is going on? 19-year-old winning the Grand Prix, Max Dowman scoring a goal that basically wins Arsenal the title, potentially. What is going on, man?
Yeah, I know,
it's unbelievable.
You know these things, though? This is part of football, isn't it? Like, look, I don't want Arsenal to win the league, but it is a beautiful thing. Like, I remember when Wayne Rooney burst onto the scene. I remember when Michael Owen burst onto the scene. It is an amazing thing to witness, because effectively what you are witnessing here, potentially, is historic. If Max Dowman, and obviously there's a long way to go, but if you think about the trajectory that Wayne Rooney's career went on after that initial burst, if you think about what Michael Owen became, I feel like people are very scathing and snide actually to the legacy of Michael Owen, but Michael Owen was the closest thing to Beatlemania that I ever knew when I was at school. True. It was amazing. Like, it was unbelievable phenomenon. Outrageous player. And maybe we're witnessing something rather spectacular here from Dowman. Any chance? Do you remember when Sven took Theo Walcott to a World Cup?
Ooh.
There's no chance, is there? Is there a chance that Max Dowman?
Is there a chance?
I don't think so, because England are so good. But is there a chance?
He changed that game, Maury.
He did
change that game. Is he a little wild card?
I wonder.
That's an unbelievable shout. Do you think he goes? Do you think he should go? As a little wild card shout?
I quite like the idea of taking somebody prodigious, somebody untamable, somebody unaffected, somebody totally unpredictable. I like it. I like the idea of taking... Whether he's done enough to justify it, because you're going to be leaving... If you take Dowman, you're probably leaving out, I don't know, Rodgers or something mad like that. And in terms of a meritocracy, that's probably unjust. But look, if you, regardless of how many minutes you play, if you play 8 games, 6 games, but in those 6 games you have a defining contribution of Arsenal winning the league, I think you could easily make the case that you have a shout to go to the World Cup.
Yeah, get him on the plane. This is the warm-up here on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Do what matters for the trade. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Free next-day track delivery. Head to travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, Virgin Bet has even more for you to shout about this season, because we're giving you a free bet builder on any Sunday football match every week this season when you bet £10. So get ready to make some noise. Join us and claim your bet builder free bet every week. Virgin Bet, a good bet. £1 to £20 free bet builder for any Sunday football match. Min 3 legs, min odds evens. Bet £10 in previous 7 days to qualify. T&Cs apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly.
At Kia, we know that inspiration begins with a first. Your first job, your first love, your first home. Now it's time for your first drive in the new Kia EV2 at our first drive weekends. It's your chance to be one of the first to test drive the Kia EV2 with its innovative technology and elegant eye-catching design. It's small in size, but big in personality. Discover what driving electric really means. Search Kia First Drive Weekends to reserve your place today.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Experience every rhythm of life in Antalya, Turkey. Find your calm on golden sand. Dive into blue, feel grand. Savor the flavors as day turns to night. Dance till the morning light. Live every rhythm of life in one single vacation in Antalya. Go Turkey.
When life gives you that Friday feeling, get your restaurant faves in as little as 25 minutes on Deliveroo. Whether it's zesty lemon pepper wings from Wingstop, tasty noodle soup from Pho, or peri-salted chips from Nando's. So when you've got that last email sent, the to-do list ticked, we've got dinner sorted. Deliveroo, now just got even better. Geographical restrictions, T's and C's and fees apply. Delivery times vary. See app or web for info.
Listen up, football fans. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM. It's showtime. New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
The fiercest rivalries, the toughest challenges, the top-flight dogfights, the do-or-die derbies.
And he scored!
When it comes to the Premier League, we're here for it.
World-class free
Destination football on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
It's great football.
Get match ready for the passion and the exhilaration of game day with your unbeatable guide to all the upcoming action. Weekend goals unlocked. Destination football on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Tomorrow afternoon from 1 with Hawksby and Jacobs on Talk Sport.
An interestingly assembled packed lunch of
cheese and pickle and sickle.
Still crispy.
After 25 years.
A whole grain recipe for lunchtime laughs and legends.
It's Hawksby and Jacobs.
Tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Talk Sport.
Great goal as well for Gordon, wasn't it? Brilliant finish. Oh, wonderful. What a result. What a result. You know, we haven't won there since Papi Cisse scored those unbelievable goals.
Mate,
in the league.
You are doing my loaf of bread in.
Oh, it's just so glorious. This is the warm-up here on TalkSport with me, Ollie Klinkham, alongside Chelsea fan Rory Jennings. There's plenty of live football today, including action in the WSL. Aston Villa are taking on Manchester City at Villa Park. Chris Hull has the team news for us.
Man City are 8 points clear at the top of the Women's Super League table, and today should take a huge step towards a title, which would be their first since 2016 and only their second title in City's women's history. City actually need 12 points from the last 6 games to secure the league. It'd be a major surprise if they don't pick up 3 here at Villa today. City's world-class Jamaican striker Khadija Bonnie Shaw is the Women's Super League's leading goal scorer, and she scored a hat-trick in the corresponding fixture between these two sides when City ran out 6-1 victors over Villa in December in Manchester. Caroline, Miedemar and Shaw are City's front 3 today, and Villa need to be careful this doesn't become a goal fest this afternoon. Very important to say, a minute's silence today will be held ahead of the game to honour Oxford's talented 15-year-old academy goalkeeper Amelia Applin, who tragically passed last weekend playing against Fulham, and our most profound condolences to Amelia's family and community from the entire football family at this unimaginable time. At Villa Park, it's Villa hosting Women's Super League champions-elect Manchester City.
Chris, thanks very much indeed. Right, let's look at the latest odds ahead of today's action with William Hill.
In the Zone on Talk Sport. Brought to you by Final One Standing. New from William Hill. 18 plus gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply.
Alex Dunn joins us from William Hill. Alex, I know you're a big Newcastle fan. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. How are the lads? I think we'll chuck that in now, Rory, for you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Brilliant. I love that it's Alex on today as well. It's just everything is going right today.
You've even managed to get Newcastle into the betting. How have you done this?
Oh, it's brilliant. Alex, you've got to talk about the title odds first, because it was a seismic shift yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Arsenal are now 1-14 to go on and win the Premier League, with Man City at 15-2. And I was looking at the table, obviously more focusing on sort of relegation and top four battles. But it is incredible. Arsenal, I know Liverpool played today and they've got a game in hand anyway, but they're 22 points clear of Liverpool. It's one heck of a season that they've had. And it did feel yesterday a little bit like that might just be it. I think City have to win every game from here on in. They might do that, but I can't see Arsenal dropping many more points.
How about the relegation odds then? Because decent point for West Ham yesterday. Obviously some action to come today. Forest and Spurs are both playing. We'll get into the odds for those individual games in just a moment. But how are the relegation odds looking generally?
The Wolves and Burnley are both 1-150. They're as good as gone. But West Ham and Spurs are now both in there at 6-4, both at the same price. And to be honest, I could only see Spurs ending up as favourites to go down come the end of this weekend. Forest are 11-4, Leeds are 6-1. Again, today has the feel of a really pivotal day. More so for Forest. I don't think Spurs are expecting anything at Anfield. But if Forest could beat Fulham, that could be trouble for Spurs. And of course, they've got Champions League in midweek. But we've got that break coming up, haven't we? And I'd be shocked if Spurs didn't do something in that time, whether that's managerial, whether it's coaching-wise, or whether it's to rip up the system and start again. But something's got to change.
Well, we understand at TalkSport that Igor Tudor knows that Spurs have been speaking to potential new candidates already. It's just a complete mess, really. What about the odds for that game then at 4:30, Liverpool against Spurs?
Yeah, it won't shock you to find that Liverpool are pretty short price favourites at 2-7. The draw is 24-5 and Spurs are 15-2. The standout bet for me is our epic boost on the game. We've got an epic boost on all of the Premier League games today. But Liverpool to lead at half-time has been boosted from 4-6 out to even money. It doesn't really need me to say any more other than Liverpool are at home. They're normally pretty good at Anfield, and Spurs have been stinking the joint out wherever they go. So even money for Liverpool to lead at half-time looks pretty good to me.
What about some of the other games today then, Alex? Palace against Leeds?
Yeah, Palace, this is one of the more poised games, if you like, from a betting perspective anyway. Palace are 29-20 and Leeds are 19-10. It's one of those games that probably means a little more to Leeds than it does Palace, and Palace have got the second leg of their European game on Thursday as well to maybe look forward to. Palace are marginal favourites, but both teams' scores have been boosted to even money, and I do think it will be that kind of game. I don't think it'll be too cagey. I know a lot of Palace games are, and Leeds can defend, but they're going to have to come out of their shell sooner rather than later. So, yeah, I'm expecting maybe more goals than the odds would suggest.
Yeah, big game in the race for the top five as well, and I actually want to know who Rory's supporting in this game, but Manchester United against Aston Villa.
Yeah, 7-10 for Man U and 7-2 for Aston Villa, which surprised me a little bit when I saw the prices. But then you've got to factor in, Villa haven't looked great for a little while now. They had that spell, didn't they, sort of just before Christmas, where they were in the title race for a little while, and things have just gone a little bit stale, I think. But should they be 7-2 going to Old Trafford? I guess the question as well with Man U is, I know a lot has been made of the amount of games that they have to play, as in the lack of them. They may actually get a little bit rusty, given that they don't have that many games to play. They haven't played since they lost at St James's, the middle of last week. So I know that, yes, tiredness is used as an excuse, but could it go the other way, maybe?
And then what about Forest against Fulham? Again, big game this for Forest.
Yeah, huge. Forest are favourites at 13-10. Fulham are a hard side to take on because you never really know what you're going to get. They can beat anyone, they can lose to anyone. They're 21-10. I do think Forest will win. That would be my most confident pick, I'd say, of those 2 o'clock kickoffs, is that Forest will get the job done at home. Forest to score first, that's also one of our epic boosts, boosted from 4-6 to even money.
Alex, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much. Alex Dunn, their Newcastle fan, and William Hill spokesperson. That was the latest odds brought to you by Final One Standing from William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on Talk Sport. Brought to you by Final One Standing. New from William Hill. 18+. Gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply.
To be fair, mate, two things. You drew the second half. And you respected the ball so well. I mean, that ball has never had so much respect.
You're a Rizzler paper away from turning up in a Liam Rossini mask, aren't you?
And the clown outfit, of course. Coming up next, we're going to be chatting about Spurs.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Doing what matters for the trade. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app. On average, Rift Tax Refunds get their customers $3,000 back. Search Rift Tax Refunds today.
Igor, you arrived at Spurs with a reputation for instant impact wherever you go. What's gone wrong?
Gone wrong? We are absolutely on track.
But you've won 0 points and you're now in a relegation battle.
Exactly.
That's the plan?
Of course. How else do you expect us to win a trophy next season, eh?
Spurs might not be getting quite what they bargained for, but with Paddy Power, you can, with a free matched bet builder on any Premier League game this weekend. Paddy Power.
Pre-match online bet builder bets only. Win 3 legs plus. Maximum bet varies from £2 to £25 per customer. T's and C's apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Is that footsteps, Gary? Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals. Up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
American college football is coming to Wembley Stadium. 19th of September, the University of Kansas Jayhawks take on the Arizona State University Sun Devils in the inaugural Union Jack Classic, bringing the speed, power, and tradition of American college football to London. Get tickets now at UnionJackClassic.com. See future NFL stars along with tailgating, pageantry, cheerleaders, and marching bands. That is American college football. Tickets starting at £59. Go to UnionJackClassic.com.
It's even bigger than that full house decorating job you've got on. Or that 30-foot high ceiling you've got to paint. It's the Johnston's Decorating Centre Big Sale event with huge savings and multi-buy deals like Cover Plus Vinyl Matte, 10-litre Brilliant White or Magnolia, any 2 for £70. And don't forget to ask what you get free when you buy 3 on selected lines. So get to your local Johnston's Decorating Centre now or visit johnstonsdc.com. T's and C's apply. Prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Big Six Rugby Review on TalkSport with the next level Peugeot 3008 from the drop kicks in Dublin to the conversions in Cardiff, from the first touch in France to the final try at Twickers. As the home nations take on Europe's rugby elite, listen to Hawksby and Jacobs every post-match Monday afternoon as they're joined by a top rugby guest for expert pundit analysis and hard-tackling opinion. Big Six Rugby Review on TalkSport with the next level Peugeot 3008 fastback SUV. The road is your field.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Talk Sport.
Good afternoon with your sports headlines at 2 minutes past 12. I'm Hugo Chambray. Man City manager Pep Guardiola insists the Premier League title race is not over despite his team falling 9 points behind Arsenal. City's challenge slipped further with a 1-1 draw at West Ham. Guardiola admits his team is lacking in certain areas.
In the last decade, I would say at the NAS always we were stable. Always we found a way to win the games. And this season, we were not the spark in the end. You say, okay, now I'm going to win the game in 3 points, and that gives them a confidence for the next one, and we are not able to do it.
He had said before the game that the title race would be over if they dropped points. Elsewhere, Newcastle forward Anthony Gordon has hit out at complete nonsense from pundits, including Rooney and Shearer, after he didn't start in the Champions League against Barca last week. The former players questioned why he let illness stop him if he was fit enough to be on the bench. Gordon scored the winner in Newcastle's 1-0 win over Chelsea yesterday. Howe's praised his mentality.
I think Ant's so single-minded and so focused on what he needs to do. I think a lot of the noise just
brushes off him, which is a great thing to be able to do if you're him. I'd encourage every player to do it.
Steve Borthwick says the England team is hurting after a last-gasp defeat to France in the Six Nations. A Thomas Ramos penalty saw the defending champions win 48-46 at the Stade de France. The RFU are set to hold an inquest into what led England to losing 4 of their 5 matches. And tennis number 1, Carlos Alcaraz, has lost for the first time this year, going down in straight sets against Daniil Medvedev in the semi-finals at Indian Wells. Medvedev will play Yannick Sinner in tonight's final. There's more on our website at talksport.com.
TalkSport News.
The UK is considering sending mine-hunting drones to help break Iran's stranglehold on the Straits of Hormuz, and Hollywood is preparing for the 98th Oscars in LA tonight.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. Today it's raining tyres in our centres, including top-notch brands like Pirelli. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com and book today.
Bright in the east as cloud comes over with rain spreading. Coastal gales in the north.
It's time to get your hands dirty at Lidl's garden event, where it's potting and planting week, with all sorts from just $2.49. From walking greenhouses to potting benches. Gardening might just grow on you. Lidl, more to value. While stocks last, selected stores GB only. In store from the 12th of the 3rd, 26.
On YouTube, smart speaker and smart TV.
Heat up on the warm-up.
Sports radio for discriminating sports enthusiasts. Scrub up, turn up, shut up. Blimey, it's the warm-up on TalkSport.
With Ollie Klink and Rory Jennings.
Rub it in.
Everyone's a winner, baby.
So respectful of the ball. I think that's better than winning the game, mate. They just had so much respect for that football.
It's so weird, isn't it? You know, if you actually break it down, like
amazing.
Like lionising the football, an inanimate object. It's just a ball made in a factory. How on earth are you worshipping a football like this? We need to pay our respects to the ball as if it's some sort of deity, and that is being instilled in these players, some of whom are elite or at least borderline elite.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. This is the warm-up.
I can't believe... Is Liam Rosenior the worst Chelsea manager of the Premier League era? Andre Villas-Boas, Ian Porterfield...
It's a bit early for that. I know it's not. It's been a rocky start, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
I don't know, Ollie. I've had enough. I've had enough of you. I've had enough of him. I've had enough of it all.
This is the warm-up here on TalkSport with me, Ollie Klink. I'm alongside a very disgruntled Rory Jennings because my Newcastle beat his Chelsea yesterday at Stamford Bridge. We are with Travis Perkins, by the way, for the latest big trade deals. Head to travisperkins.co.uk or download the app. To be fair, Rory, as much as you are frustrated with your team, you could be a Tottenham fan. They could be starting their game at Anfield today in the bottom 3. That's if Forest managed to beat Fulham. Can you believe that? We are in March and Spurs could end the day in the bottom 3. Joining us now to look ahead to that game and probably for a bit of therapy is Flav Bateman, podcaster and Spurs fan. How you doing, Flav?
Yeah, you got some front, Rory, haven't you? You've had enough.
No, I'm feeling very inspired now. No, this is where I suddenly feel very invigorated. Cool. This is like a spa break. You know, when I talk about Chelsea and Liam Rosenior, I feel very flat. I feel like I need like a holiday. And now we're going to talk about Tottenham. This is like me going into a spa break. I'm going to get to talk to you, get to laugh at Tottenham. I'm going to come out of this all exfoliated and brilliant.
I mean, how are you doing, Flav? Because this Igor Tudor appointment was a bit bizarre in the first place, but let's be honest, it has been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, it's gone about as bad as it possibly could go. It's a really strange thing, Ollie, because like when they sacked Frank, for the first time, I've generally kind of got ideas about what I think the club need to do in order to move forward. And I was really confused about what that looked like. And I couldn't really pick a manager, but literally the last human being on earth I would have thought of was Igor Tudor. And then you looked at it on paper and look what you've done when he's gone into Udinese, saved them from relegation. You've got Juve into the Champions League last season. He did something similar with Lazio in European football as well. So he has a track record of going into a club's firefight and then finding a way out. And there's no irony lost in the fact that the only club he hasn't been able to do that at is Spurs, in the same way that the only club that Jose Mourinho, apart from Fenerbahce, I think, that he couldn't win a trophy was with Spurs. So it doesn't surprise me, but it has been an unmitigated disaster. I'm surprised he's still there, to be fair.
What do you think, Flav? Like, on one level, it sounds almost ridiculous to talk about sacking him. So far, he's only managed 3 Premier League games. It feels almost foolish to say he needs to go. But those 3 games that he's had, that's sort of 25% pretty much of the reign that he's going to have at Tottenham in order to keep you up. And you've lost all 3 of them. Do you think that it's time to pull the trigger again, get rid of him? And if so, in what direction do you move?
It's even more difficult to answer that question now than before he came in. I think he's tried to overcomplicate things. I think what the right decision would have been, and I can't claim to have been calling for this when Tudor was put in place, but someone like Harry Redknapp, who with Ryan Mason and Ledley King, people that know the football club and that are of similar age and generation than the players that are currently playing at Spurs, but just get someone in who can motivate the players, remind them that they are Premier League footballers and that they are good, and do something similar to what he did when he came in 2009, I think it was, when he first came in. Because what Redknapp did was come in and say, this team is too good to be in this position. I'm going to play the players in the right positions, and I'm going to remind them how good they are. And I'm sure there's a little bit more to it than that, but it kind of, Igor Tudor's come in without not being able to get the team on board, and there are worrying signs already. And you may argue that that perhaps the players are as much part of this as him, but I don't know if you noticed in the game against Atleti last week that when I think Jed Spence came off, and he made a point of walking up to Tudor, tapping him on the back and then shaking his hand as if he's not acknowledging the players. Now, some people might look at that and go, oh, that's petulance. To me, it's a major sign of the relationship with the players and the manager. And the last thing you need is a group of players that don't want to play for a manager at this stage, because I already think we most likely will, if we don't change Tudor, get relegated. But if we decide to stay with him, that sort of stuff has to be fixed quickly.
Yeah, it's interesting though you pick out the players there too, Fab, because obviously alongside this is a huge injury and suspension list, especially heading into today with no Romero, no Van der Ven, Palhinha's out as well. You're kind of really worried about heading to Anfield with so many issues like that. But are you looking at this almost through the eyes of whoever comes in? It's going to be so difficult to get the best out of these players in order to kind of bring you out of that situation.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to hear talk about injuries and it's boring, but it's so significant. Spurs have got 14 first-team players out. We're in a situation where we're losing to Atleti, and 2 of our players are competing for a ball, in Romero and Palhinha, and they've clattered each other's heads. And they're both now out for 10 to 14 days if they show no further symptoms. Concussions can be so complicated that they may show further issues and present it. So we've now lost both of those players who are influential. Romero's been missing for sort of 80% of the last 10 games. You can't legislate for this stuff, and in a way you're worried about whoever comes in, because our options on the bench against Liverpool today, I mean, we could have a full-strength team. I think we've won there twice in 30 years, something like that. But to go there with what we've got it's impossible, pretty much.
Have you had a text from Igor Tudor, Flav?
Anyway.
Are you on the bench today or anything?
I could do. I could do a job still.
No worse than Kinski.
Oh, man, and this is it. I mean, look at what a crazy season where you've got a young keeper, and we're all talking about Vicario and thinking, maybe he isn't the guy, he's not good enough, his distribution's poor, he's okay at shot stopping, but let's give Kinski a go. And within 17 minutes he's been hooked.
But it's the decision making, Flav. It's not only the fact that you've given him a go, it's giving him a go in those circumstances, isn't it? You're giving him a go at the Wanda Metropolitano, an incredibly experienced and wily Atletico Madrid side, a very intense atmosphere. Like, there's nothing wrong with experimenting, but you don't experiment away from home in Europe with a kid. Like, this is just so basic, isn't it?
Yeah, weird one. But weirdly also, Rory, is like that competition doesn't matter to us. We can't win it. In fact, it can only hurt us in terms of staying up. So while you should go out, and we did go out to try and win the game, and weirdly, for some reason, I feel like we're still in that tie, although by a thread. The only time we could try them out was there. Because if you try them out in the Premier League and it's a disaster, that's another 3 points gone. If we're never going to win the Champions League, then that's the only opportunity to try him out. Or he should have looked in training and figured out what he was and just not picked him at all. But none of us, I don't think there was any Spurs fans complaining when he was started.
Flav, are you watching today's game from behind the sofa? Is there absolutely no hope, do you think? Or would it be the most Tottenham thing ever after the run of games they've just had to get some kind of result at Anfield?
Wouldn't be Tottenham. That wouldn't be Tottenham.
It kind of would though, wouldn't it?
Anfield, that would not be Tottenham.
No, it generally wouldn't be Tottenham, I would say. But we were talking in the group, with me and the boys on the podcast, and we get this weird air of confidence. Maybe because it's completely hopeless. So the only thing you can do at this moment, go, I think we're going to get something. I just feel like we might get something, I'm not going to explain to you why. I can't. It's just this feeling in my stomach that all football fans have, and then it'll kick off and all that will disappear. But right now, I feel like, yeah.
It's so funny, isn't it? You know, Ollie, when you asked Flav there, where are you going to be watching the game? You're going to be watching it from behind the sofa. For the first time, I think, in my entire life, Tottenham have become an appointment to view for me. Like, I know exactly what I'm doing. I've revolved my day around it. I'm going to see my mum in time for me to be available to watch Tottenham. Tottenham have become like my be-all and end-all. They've become unmissable. They've become box office.
Sports bar's unmissable now.
Sports bar, absolutely.
Genuinely is
completely unmissable.
Yeah, honestly, it's just unbelievable the chance it kind of gets. And then, I did find it hilarious, by the way, that obviously PSG battered Chelsea. And poor old O'Hara gets food poisoning.
That's so Tottenham. Spursy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Spursy.
I'm glad everyone's having such a good time.
Yeah. Flat, can I ask you? I've got a question to ask you, and obviously we're going to approach this from two different ends. Do you think that you are going to go down?
Yes.
Get up there, son.
I do. I can't see.
Okay, is it going to happen at Stamford Bridge?
I don't know.
Okay, because that's the stuff dreams are made of.
I don't know. No, I think if we leave him in charge, then it will. If we make we've got to throw another. I don't know what I'm trying to say. We've just got to give it another go with a new manager, because this is going to fail.
Who?
Some like Redknapp. I've heard rumours. I don't know how true they are, that De Zerbi's almost agreed to come. I don't know if it's true, but something like that might give them the impetus to play. But the situation is so dire, the injuries are so bad, the confidence is so low that you look at West Ham, you look at Forest, and they're like almost opposite.
Flav, thanks so much for coming on. We hope we've kind of helped you with a bit of therapy there. And
no, I haven't enjoyed that at all, actually.
We have. It's been great. And try and enjoy the game a bit later on. Flav Bateman, their podcaster and Spurs fan. By the way, I should point out, I'm very sorry, I got ahead of myself. West Ham are on 28 points. They are 18th. So actually, Tottenham can slip to 17th today if Forest win. But they won't be in the bottom three. So it's not all bad. It's not all bad, but it's looking pretty desperate. That's interesting as well. Flav saying that he thinks they're going to go down. It's looking that desperate, really, isn't it? In just a moment here on the warm-up on Talk Sport, we're going to be playing the football again.
The warm-up on Talk Sport with Travis Perkins. For the latest big trade deals, go to travisperkins.co.uk or download the Travis Perkins app.
This was my reaction to the Making Tax Digital self-assessment and the fact that as of April, I have to file my taxes every quarter. No! Please, no! But now I use Anna Money, it's more like, oh that, yeah, all sorted. Didn't even have to think about it. Anna does your MTD self-assessment for free. You just sign up, connect your bank account, and that's it. Everything happens automatically. Search Anna Money to find out more.
Get £500 off your next car at the Arnold Clark Rewards event. There's thousands of cars, including Kia, Vauxhall, MG, Peugeot and Volvo. Whether you're upgrading or switching to electric, save £500 when buying at the Arnold Clark Rewards event. But hurry, savings this good don't last. Available from the 9th to the 16th of March. Visit your nearest branch or shop at arnoldclark.com.
With LV, I can get my car insurance from just £299. Just the price I'm after right now. And if I'm hit by an uninsured driver, I won't lose my no-claim discount, because insurance is simple when it's me and LV.
No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of new customers paid £299 or less July to December 2025. Uninsured driver promise is non-fault accident only. Other vehicle and driver details required. LV General Insurance is part of Allianz.
At Betfair, we're built for football's dramatic run-in. From European knockout rounds to the league's biggest six-pointers, where promotion, relegation and title issues can swing on a dodgy VAR call. Can you predict the twists to come? Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Betfair. Play different.
Opt-in required. Free bet valid for 7 days. Minimum 3 legs at 1.5 odds or higher to qualify. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
90 minutes. 2 teams. 1 game-changing player.
Absolutely magnificent.
The Here For It hero on Talk Sport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
An electrifying goal.
From tactics to teamwork, stamina to skill, which Premier League player will go above and beyond and really show up this weekend?
Oh my goodness!
Get on the ball analysis, predictions and opinion from the undisputed football experts. The Here For It hero on Talk Sport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
It's a tense Tuesday night of Champions League football on the TalkSport network. From 8, defeat is not an option. Arsenal take on Leverkusen on TalkSport, with Chelsea versus PSG on TalkSport 2. Charge up your Tuesday night with high-powered Champions League football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Sonny, the Arsenal fans got in touch. Spurs don't need a new manager. They just have to respect the ball more.
Yeah, this is it.
Bang on.
This is it.
Do a huddle round the ball, have the ref involved.
And what could possibly
go
wrong?
Stay up. And they will stay up. Oh, brilliant. I love that, Sonny. This is the warm-up here on TalkSport with me, Ollie Klink, alongside Rory Jennings. It is time for the footballer game. Producer Reese has come in. How you doing, Reese, out of 10?
About a 15 after last night, yeah. Oh, honestly. It's so good.
I've never heard you above a 4.
No, it's just one of them things you just don't expect City to drop points against West Ham. So it's one of those things that you don't adjudicate for, and then it happens. So there's like an elation, but I don't think it's done. But we're in a, I'll take what I can get, and this is as positive as it gets right now.
They're getting there, aren't they?
Oh yeah. It would be quite some collapse from here, but I think we actually look the real deal now. We look difficult to beat, which has always been our problem historically, is that we've played the beautiful game and we've not had the steel. But now we've got the steel, and it looks as if we're going to get there.
Grinding out results.
Yes,
with a little bit of silk.
That used to be called winning like champions. But now it's an abomination and a crime against.
We're playing the footballer game. Is it a debut for Rory Jennings?
It is. It is a debut.
We're being joined by Alex Crook and Ian the Moose Abrahams.
Crookie and Moose.
Yeah, it's a stack line up today.
Crookie, how you doing? First of all.
I'm good. Still recovering from the Cheltenham cold, but apart from that, I'm all right.
Moose, how are you?
Yeah, I'm just huddled around the radio because I'm respecting the radio.
Love that. Right, Reece, are we good to go?
We're all good to go. Our first footballer began his career at Strasbourg in 1992, staying until 1998, scoring 4 goals in 127 games. He then moved on to Everton for the 98-99 season, scoring twice in 30.
Decore.
Nope. Moving on to RC Lens in 99, staying for just the 1 season, scoring twice in 26, before moving to the Premier League again with Leeds.
Olivier Decore.
It is Olivier Decore.
Get up there, Rory.
That's pretty much what I said. I said Decore. I meant Decore.
Yeah, you're a commentator, mate, so just get the name right.
I could picture him.
Yeah.
That's half the battle. Picture him. Half the battle.
I've done that before and not been allowed to have a points. Don't worry about it, Crookie.
You two in cahoots. There's a little cabal going on against you, Reece. There, right? Who have we got next? Have we got a little tension? Is there a little tension?
It's coming. I can hear it.
A bit of what Whitney's.
Just
Whitney's adding to
there
the.
we go.
Just gently coming in now.
All right, here we go. Reece.
Our second footballer began his career at Feyenoord in 2003, staying until 2006, scoring 35 goals in 67 games. Taking in a short loan at Excelsior in 2004, where he scored 4 in 11. He then moved to the Premier League with Chelsea in
I know Matthias Kesman.
Ian Robin.
No.
Ian Robin.
Staying until 2012, scoring 36 goals in 156 games. Chelsea then sold him on to Lille, where he stayed between 2012 and 2014, scoring 30 goals in 67 games before moving to the Bundesliga with Hertha Berlin, where he stayed for 6 years between 2014 and 2020, scoring 48 goals in 151 games. He then moved to Brazil with Botafogo for the 2020-21 season, scoring once in 25 before finishing his career at Arta Solar 7, not scoring in any of his 3 appearances for those.
Who did Chelsea buy him from, Reece?
He was bought from Feyenoord in 2006.
And went from where?
After Chelsea, went to Lille, Hertha Berlin.
And it's not Matthias Kesman?
It's not Matthias Kesman.
God,
sorry, when did he join Chelsea?
2006.
93?
2006.
Solomon Kalou.
It is Solomon Kalou.
Oh, what a shout, Crookie. What
Brilliant
a shout.
Googling. Brilliant Googling.
And you got his name right this time. Well done. Good
just
work.
about.
Good work. There's a home question for Rory in his debut. Oh my word, it's all going wrong.
Good work with Olivier Dacour, eradicated.
Right, Reece, should we go again?
Our third footballer began his career at Cambridge United in 2004, where he stayed for just the 1 season, not scoring in any of his 39 games, before moving to Everton, where he stayed between 2005 and 2010, playing just the once after having a myriad of loans. His first loan was in 2005, where he was loaned to Walsall, where he didn't score in any of his... It is John Ruddy.
Oh, what a shout.
Oh, that's a great shout.
Very well played.
Wow.
Crookie's there like, was it John Ruddy?
I'm open to a tiebreaker situation if everybody else.
Ooh,
yes, let's do it.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, let's go for it. Why not?
Our next footballer began his career at Bastia in 2004, where he stayed until 2006, not scoring in any of his 32 appearances, joining Arsenal on loan in the 05-06 season, playing 5 times and not scoring. He made his move to the Emirates permanent, where he stayed between 2006 and 2012, scoring 7 goals in 133 games after taking in a brief loan at Charlton Athletic in 2007, where he didn't score in any of his 12 games. Arsenal then sold him to Barcelona in 2012, where he stayed... Nope, until 2016.
Oh, the defender for Marlon.
Nope, he scored once in 39 games. He was loaned twice to West Ham, once for the 14-15 season.
Song.
It is Alex Song.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Crook. Crook on fire with the Googling.
Crookie at the far post.
Great work, Reece.
Reece, brilliant stuff.
Deliver that well.
So basically, Rory and I got everything apart from the link with our clubs. Tremendous.
I was absolutely nowhere to be seen, as usual.
Yeah, were you playing, Ollie?
Honestly,
very gracious for
one
you.
Of the worst. I just thought I'd let these 3 have a great go there. Well done, Crook. Did well there.
Well, I think that was a moral victory well done, because Alex. I basically got the first one as well, didn't I?
Oh, all right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nothing about humble
you
then.
literally didn't. So, I thought you meant Abdoulaye Doucouré, who played for Everton, didn't he? So completely wrong era, obviously. But yeah, well done, mate. Is that your first winner of the week? Have you probably lost quite a lot at Cheltenham? I'm not sure, or did you do quite well?
Had a very good Cheltenham, including a 66-1 winner.
Did you now? Oh,
well, you had
done.
White Noise? Not White Noise, no, the one that race the previous day. Matato, was it? Oh, right.
Why did you just associate White Noise with Crookie there, Moose? Is that...
No, that was a 66-1 winner for Tom Bellamy, whose mum then went on national TV and said, "Can my son have a girlfriend?" Which was hilarious.
That was very good. Gentlemen,
maybe that's what
Ollie's
mum should do.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Gents, thank you very much indeed. We'll check in with you guys a bit later on, both of those at big games today. A bit later, we'll get team news later. Rory, I thought your debut went quite well there, actually.
It's all right. Yeah, not too bad. It's slap bang in the middle of mediocrity, really. Like me, exactly what I strive for.
It summed you up perfectly. Well done, mate. Loads still to come on the warm-up. We'll build up to a big game for Forest. We'll carry on chatting about that relegation battle. Max Scott, big Forest fan, TalkSport presenter, is going to join us. He's at the City Ground today. They play Fulham at 2 o'clock. And plenty more still to come. We'll play Guess the Attendance later. That'll be my debut and your debut, Rory, so I'm looking forward to that too. This is TalkSport.
TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Manage your Travis Perkins trade account online or via the Travis Perkins app.
Hello, I'm the new Deal or No Deal scratch card from the National Lottery. The banker called. He doesn't think you have what it takes to beat him. But forget that guy. Play me today and you could be one of millions of instant winners and show that mean old money grabber who the real big deal is.
Pick up the new Deal or No Deal scratch card in store today. Search Dream Big Play Small. Rules apply. 18+.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Footsteps, Gary! Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals. Up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
Jack is in construction, totally unaware.
Unaware of what?
He could be paying too much tax. Jack's forever shelling out his own cash to travel between sites or buying tools.
Yeah?
So he may be owed money by HMRC. Rift Tax Refunds helps people get the money back. On average, over £3,000 back. Get the ball rolling. Search Rift Tax Refunds. Search Rift Tax Refunds today.
In 10 metres, take a left at the pile of washing.
Sorry, what?
At the Valley of Toy Dinosaurs, approach the kitchen with no room to cook. Turn right at the floordrome. You've reached Chaos. Recalculating. Suggest immediate course correction to IKEA for fitted wardrobes, children's storage and cupboard organisers.
Find your way back to calm. Discover smart storage at your local IKEA now. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army co-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that'll be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Great result. Thanks, Peter. Coming up, we have League Action live on Friday night, followed by 3 more games live on Saturday, then 2 more massive games live on Sunday. And don't forget, League Action live on Monday night. Then it's over to Europe for the big one, live on Tuesday. Then the even bigger one, live on Wednesday. Then it's the other European competition.
Sometimes a break isn't a bad idea. So, if ever you want to take time out from betting, use Paddy Power's Take a Break tool to pause your account. Paddy Power. 18+, begambleaware.org.
TalkSport Breakfast in partnership with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. Move up through the gears every morning with top of the range sports edition, ABS, story breaking news, and more gold talk to the gallon. Plus a stellar lineup of super celebrity sports guests as standard. TalkSport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 on TalkSport with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK.
TalkSport News.
Good afternoon, I'm Hugo Chambray. The government says it's considering sending mine-hunting drones to the Strait of Hormuz after Donald Trump asked other countries for warships to protect the channel. The vital shipping route's been closed off by Iran since the war began. Energy Secretary Ed Miliband insists it's important the UK supports America. A static protest will take place for Al-Quds Day after the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood banned today's planned march in central London. Officers will use the River Thames to separate protesters and counter-protesters at the pro-Palestinian rally this afternoon. And an actor who was jailed for sexually assaulting 2 teenage girls has died in prison. John Alford, who starred in London's Burning, was recently sentenced to 8.5 years in jail.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you need a professional grade sealant with high mold resistance, easy tooling and minimal shrinkage, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Igor Tudor could face the sack if Spurs lose to Liverpool this afternoon. And out in Shanghai, Kimi Antonelli has become the second youngest winner of an F1 Grand Prix. I'll have more at 1.
The Sports Bar.
I took the day off work, but I decided I'm not going to try to miss this.
On Talk Sport. Intoxicating late-night football conversation.
OK, then.
Confrontation. Shut up. And commiseration.
I don't think 90% of the country think you've got a valid point.
And a sharp slice of cundy.
When my dog yawns, if I'm tired enough, my dog will make me yawn.
The Sports Bar. Punchy post-match radio with a little worm in it.
Or young lava.
The Sports Bar with Happy Hour House Double, Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara.
It's the good stuff. Yes, it's the good stuff.
Take your shot tomorrow night from 10 on Talk Sport.
The Sports Bar!
Grassroots goal talk. It's the warm-up. Rub it in. Win a VIP trip to the British Grand Prix on Talk Sport.
It's lights out and away we go. Listen up, F1 fans, we're down to the final week. We want to send you and a mate to Silverstone on July the 5th for a British Grand Prix experience like no other. Forget general admission, we are putting you right in the heart of it with the full racing green trackside experience. You can experience the F1 in the best way possible. You're getting exclusive grandstand seats plus inner track access to watch the drivers roll into the paddock. And we've got the whole day sorted with all-day street food, a fully open bar and more. Don't miss out. Here's how to enter. For your chance to win, text WIN to 83338. Text costs £2.50 plus your standard network rate, or call 0343 418 7260. That's 0343 418 7260. Lines close this Friday at 4 o'clock. That's when you'll need to answer your phone. If it rings, 18 plus, UK residents only. This is a network promotion. Full T's and C's at talksport.com. So for your chance to win, text WIN to 83338 now. Huge game for Nottingham Forest down at the bottom of the table. Just to clear things up, I'm going to take you through how the relegation battle looks at the moment. So Wolves at the moment are on 16 points in last place. Burnley are then 19th on 20 points. Forest are 18th on 28. West Ham with that point last night moved to 17th on 29. And then Tottenham Hotspur above them on 29 points as well. We need to chat about Forest because they're playing Fulham today. We can bring in TalkSport presenter Max Scott, who will be at the City Ground today. Max, how are you feeling?
Hi boys. They've just blared on some pre-match music, I imagine, to try to create a bit of an atmosphere for what is an absolutely massive game. Look, it was disappointing to lose to Midtjylland midweek, but we all know that this is the most important game of the season so far. Spurs are in free fall. West Ham have got a load of momentum. Forest can't score at home. In the last 4 home games, we've had 88 shots, only scored 1. So today's absolutely massive. But the club has forked out for every single seat, Rory will like this, to have a Forest scarf to try to create a bit of an atmosphere. Look, all I can say is it's absolutely massive, fellas.
I don't think that they even need to do that. I think that the atmosphere at the City Ground is intense. I think it's got a great track record of really turning up when you most need them. I remember a couple of years ago you needed a result against Arsenal and you found it thanks to the home support. It will be rocking in there today, won't it?
Look, it's going to be incredible, Rory. Look, I can hardly hear you because like you say, they're sort of drumming up the noise outside the stadium. We've got the bagpipes out from Muller Kintyre. But it's been a good week for the club off the pitch. Fans have been expressing their concerns about ticket prices, so the club have come out and decided to freeze season ticket prices for next season. They've reintroduced a young adult category, and so the feeling is good amongst fans. Everybody knows how much this means. You look at what's happening to Leicester boys, you look at what happened to Luton. Relegation from the Premier League can mean existential crisis. And the amount of money that the club have spent on players trying to improve this club means that it's going to be a difficult, sticky situation if they get relegated. It's absolutely huge today. And I've just got a feeling that there's something in the water. I'm feeling positive. Elliot Anderson and Morgan Gibbs-White came up when we needed to at the Etihad. And I'm feeling confident, I must say.
I wanted to ask you about that result, Max, because obviously you had the European game in midweek, which didn't go your way. But that result at the Etihad, did that feel like a big kind of turning point and a huge confidence boost? Because it was a result that kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, nobody expected it. The Etihad's been an unhappy hunting ground. And if you just look at the trend at Forest this season, it's been so tumultuous, so chaotic, with issues off the field and issues with Edu, that shadowy figure who spent £200 million of Mr. Marinakis' money to absolutely no avail. Of course, TalkSport understands that he is no longer of this parish. And so my point being, off the pitch, it's been so awful. And so you just do not expect Forest, who've struggled for goals, who struggled for form, or on their fourth manager, to go and get something. But they did. Because, as we've been saying all season, there are players in this squad that are too good to go down. And I'm still telling myself that that's true, boys. I'm still telling myself that if you've got Elliot Anderson and Morgan Gibbs-White in your football team, you can't go down. And they showed up at the Etihad. What they've got to do is do it at home. And you can see behind me the resplendent, world-famous City Ground. Isn't it just looking absolutely stunning, boys? You know, I talked with Rory and you about we support football clubs with proper stadiums. And to be here today with the sun out, everyone's got a scarf. I think that we're going to break that sort of duck, score some goals and get something today.
I think you're right, Max. When you're involved in scraps like this, it is games like this and moments like this and the chance to play in front of your own fans that at times can keep you up. And actually, when we look at the situation with Tottenham, I think that's a huge factor against them because they've struggled so much at home this season. You mentioned obviously there that it's been a roller coaster of a season, some odd decisions from the board, decisions that kind of haven't gone well. How would you sum up how the Forest fans are feeling about the ownership, about the board at the moment? Because there was so much success last season, but so many mistakes this time around.
It's a really good question. Look, there's a lot of frustration amongst fans because of how things have gone. But I've got to say, I think largely there's still a lot of admiration for what Evangelos Marinakis has done for the club. And a lot of irk and ire directed towards Eddie, who's come in with no accountability, not spoke to fans, not spoke to the media once, and spent money incredibly irresponsibly on a bunch of players that aren't up to scratch. So if you know, there's probably 12 players in the squad you'd be happy to start. After that, we're looking at the dregs, really. And so how are fans feeling? Fans are feeling desperate, Ollie. Fans are feeling desperate because we were out of the Premier League for 22 years. We were in League One for several years. We've seen how bad it can be. And so I think that the desperation that we have is slightly different to Spurs because they're not used to this. And I think that plays in Forest's favour because we know what it's like to be in a relegation dogfight in the Premier League. We've been there for 2 years. Last year was a bit of a blip in the matrix, but this is familiar territory. And so fans are feeling desperate, but I think there's a sense of hope that and togetherness that something can happen. And I think how this season ends will determine how the fans feel towards the board. I think all will be forgotten very quickly if we stay up. But naturally, if you get relegated, things can turn sour very quickly.
Do you think it's a must-win game today against Fulham, Max?
Yeah, I do. It's been, you know, the home form this season has been terrible. If you look back at our first season in the Premier League when we stayed up, it was the home form that kept us up, and we've not had that this season. And so it does feel that way because, I don't know what you think, I can't see West Ham going down. You know, they're playing Forest Nuno ball from last season. And they're incredibly difficult to beat. There's a momentum there. And so I think it's a 2-horse race between Forest and Spurs. And today is must win because you're at home against a side. I haven't seen the team sheet, but I understand Harry Wilson is touch and go. If he's not in there, you know, you've got a real opportunity to do something. You can't wait around. You've got to create some momentum. And today's the day to do it.
Well, West Ham managed to beat Fulham at Craven Cottage, which I thought was an absolutely huge result. For them, and you're going to have to dig one out yourselves today. I just want to ask you about the European campaign as well. It's quite ironic, really, isn't it, Max, given all the all the things that happened over the summer between Palace and Forest getting themselves into the Europa League, etc. Is it now looking to you like a bit of a distraction, especially when you consider the fact that next weekend you're playing Tottenham, which could be an absolute decider?
Yeah, look. The sad thing about the way this season has gone is that the joy has been taken out of that European campaign. What I was praying for, boys, was a nice, calm, mid-table finish 12th, finish 13th, right? And go and enjoy a European campaign and really try and win it. And because of the perilous position we're in, Midtjylland away now feels like a massive distraction. It feels like you're taking really important minutes out of the legs of Morgan Gibbs-White and Elliot Anderson, for example. And so, of course, I always want Forest to win. I would never want Forest to throw it away. But it feels like a huge distraction from what is becoming an existential task of staying in the Premier League. The implications are huge for Forest. If Spurs get relegated, boys, the commercial revenue they will make from Beyonce concerts will be more than all of the revenue of every Championship club combined. They'll be fine. Forest aren't in that position. We might have a much more gorgeous stadium than Tottenham Hotspur, but we don't make the money from that. So I think that, it can't be stressed how important it is to get a win today and stay in the Premier League. But as far as Europe's concerned, I'm not as bothered. Fulham is more important than Midtjylland. Fulham is more important than a potential Istanbul final away, right? And so it's all about today and trying to get 3 points.
I love how that kind of sounded like Max making a rallying cry for Beyonce to come and play the City Ground. To bring the house down at the City Ground. That'd be fantastic. Just on that then, Max, would you want to see him rotate? And it sounds bizarre because it's a knockout game in Europe, and it's like you say, it's supposed to be such an exciting campaign, but given the stakes, do you actually kind of want to see him maybe rest some of those bigger players for the Tottenham match?
I wouldn't be bothered if he did. Let's just say that. I wouldn't be bothered if he did. I think I'd be relieved because, look, we've got Midtjylland away on Thursday night, and then we're at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for the biggest game of the season for us next Sunday. So if he did do that, boys, I wouldn't mind whatsoever. But equally, we're Forest in Europe, where we've got a rich tradition and heritage, and so I wouldn't be calling out for it. Let's just say that. I know it's a bit of a politician's answer, but it's all about Premier League survival.
Just finally, on Vitor Pereira, what have you made of him so far? I think one thing he's done really well, which we definitely haven't seen at Tottenham, is he just seems to have brought a bit of positivity and maybe put some confidence into your players.
When Vitor Pereira came in, I think he said exactly the right thing. This team is too good to be essentially playing relegation football. And what he said in English is his second language, but he said, I want the team to play with freedom within an organisation. And until recently, Vitor Pereira had 3 training sessions with this team. And if you look at the second half against Manchester City, the Liverpool game that we lost, it was an absolute robbery from them. The win against Fenerbahce, there has been promising signs. The likes of Morgan Gibbs-White look much more comfortable than they did under Sean Dyche. And so we're saying the right things, we're slowly seeing the right things. But you have to arrest that decline of not scoring at home, right? It's vital. And today will be the litmus test for the impact he has had at the football club. But like I say, I think it is going to be the day. And I think it's going to be Forest 3-1. You didn't ask for a prediction, but you're having it. 3-1 Forest. We'll nip above Spurs and get back on the right track.
Max, top man, good luck for the game today. Hope you enjoy it, mate.
Thank you, boys. Take care.
Cheers, Max.
There
Good luck.
we go. Max got Big Forest. That's a huge game, isn't it? Really is. It really is big.
It's funny, isn't it? When he said it there and he qualified it, but I actually agree with Max. When he said something along the lines of talking about the game against Tottenham, when he went the biggest game of the season, and then he sort of went for us. On some definition, it's actually one of the biggest games of the season for everyone.
Yeah.
It really is.
Like you said, Spurs are appointment viewing, and obviously a bit of that is because at the moment it's kind of a bit of a shambles. But you're right, we're getting to that stage, aren't we, where these games now just become...
And there's more at stake. Yeah. Like, there's weirdly more at stake for a team that's potentially going to go down rather than the team that's going to win the league.
Do you know why as well? Because we've hardly had a relegation battle last couple of seasons.
No, we haven't.
It's actually been so exciting this time around, and especially with the addition of Tottenham Hotspur in there as well. But yes, Max will be at the City Ground. We're going to get team news for that game and the other games across the country in just a moment. This is the warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. For the latest big trade deals, head to travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins Hire. With 250 hire branches nationwide, it's easy to hire at Travis Perkins. Find your local hire branch at travisperkins.co.uk.
This season, LiveScore Bets is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. Take VAR Payout, where we settle goal scorer markets on Premier League matches as winners, even if the goal is chalked off by VAR. This applies to both singles and bet builder legs, because live score bets love rewarding goals, not taking them away. Don't let the review get in the way of you celebrating. Live score bet, total betting. Pre-match single, multi or bet builder bets on selected player markets on English Premier League only. Paid as a winner if goal is ruled out by VAR. T's and C's apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Get £500 off your next car at the Arnold Clark Rewards event. There's thousands of cars, including Kia, Vauxhall, MG, Peugeot and Volvo. Whether you're upgrading or switching to electric, save £500 when buying at the Arnold Clark Rewards event. But hurry, savings this good don't last. Available from the 9th to the 16th of March. Visit your nearest branch or shop at arnoldclark.com.
On average, Rift Tax refunds get their customers $3,000 back. Search Rift Tax refunds today.
Someone in the UK has got that Euro Millions feeling because they have won the incredible £181 million Euro Millions jackpot. I reckon they've had a bit of a dance. All around the house, then out the door, down the path and into the street. For all we know, they're probably still dancing. Go on, guys. Get that Euro Millions feeling. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. And we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get Marshall's Tegular concrete block paving in various colours and sizes from only £27 per square metre. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
When it comes to drama,
This is a monumental moment.
tension,
Big chance here.
and elation,
And the ball is in the back of the net.
the Premier League has it all. And this season, TalkSport's got your Sunday afternoon football covered with unbeatable coverage of all the big matches.
Job done.
Sunday Game Day Live this afternoon on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream a massive month of sport this March on Sky Sports with a Now Month membership.
Brilliant.
18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Get the UK's best sports radio station in one downloadable application. With the TalkSport app on your mobile phone, you'll never be bored or on your own.
The TalkSport app. Hear, watch and scroll unbeatable content from the world's biggest sports radio station. Whenever you want, wherever you want. Available from the App Store now. Terms and conditions apply.
Good afternoon, this is the warm-up here on TalkSport with me, Ollie Clenkham, alongside Rory Jennings. Let's get some team news from the 2 o'clock games. In the Premier League, we start at the City Ground. Huge game for Nottingham Forest. They take on Fulham with the team's Ian Abrahams.
Just one change for Forest from their 2-2 draw with City last time out. Cunha is replaced, so there's a back four today. Hudson-Odoi will come in. So Sells in goal, Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo and Williams across the back. And it'll be Dominguez, Sangari and Anderson, probably a three in midfield. And then Gibbs-White and Hudson-Odoi either side of Igor Jesus. In terms of Fulham, they played last week in the Cup against Southampton when they went out at Craven Cottage. 9 changes for them. I'll just go through their team. It's just easier than doing the changes. Leno returns in goal. 3 of the back 4 changes. So it's Tete, Anderson, Bassi and Robinson today. Berger and then probably a Iwobi holding in midfield with Bob King and Wilson. He's back. Harry Wilson back from injury. And Raul Jimenez is up front for Fulham today. This will not be easy for Forest. Fulham can be just about anything. It's Forest against Fulham at the City Ground.
I was about to point that out, Moose, and especially the fact that Harry Wilson is in the side today. We've just had Max Scott on, who was praying that Wilson might miss this one, but in from the off. And you're right to point out that Fulham on their day can be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, to quote the old Forrest Gump box of chocolates, I mean, you just never know what you're going to get with Fulham. Sometimes they're brilliant, sometimes they're just all right, and sometimes they're just terrible. They have been beaten Spurs recently, they've been beaten by West Ham recently, but this is big for Forest. As they win or draw today, they go out the bottom 3 and dump West Ham back into it. And of course, any sort of result here for Forest makes next week's game at Spurs, with the proviso that Spurs don't win at Liverpool, which I think is a given, massive at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium this time next week.
Moose, thanks very much indeed. Let's go across to Old Trafford, big game this in the race for the Champions League. Manchester United taking on Aston Villa with the teams. Dave Rowe.
Yes, both sides level on 51 points and both boosted by Chelsea's defeat yesterday. United haven't played for 10 days. That was a defeat to Newcastle. 2 changes from that game as Dalot and Ahmad come in for Mazraoui and Seshko, who are both on the bench. So Lamans in goal, Dalot, Yoro, Maguire and Shaw the back 4, Casemiro and Mainu, then Cunha, Fernandes, Ahmad and Mbermo. Villa successful in Lille on Thursday, but there have been real Premier League problems of late, including back-to-back defeats to Wolves and Chelsea. 4 changes from that game. The big news is the return of John McGinn, who came on for 15 minutes in midweek, and Ross Barkley also makes his first league start of the season. So Martinez will be in goal, Bogard, Konsa, Mings and Digne the back 4, Barclay and Onana in front of them, McGinn, Rodgers and Buendia supporting Watkins up top. At Old Trafford, Manchester United against Aston Villa.
Dave, Villa looked so comfortably in that top 5 or even top 4 for such a long time. They now find themselves behind Manchester United, only on goal difference, and this feels quite pivotal today given those Premier League problems you've been talking about.
It does, and it's amazing you think back to when Villa beat United at Villa Park just before Christmas. Morgan Rodgers scored 2 brilliant goals in that game, and the points difference was 11 between these two sides at the start of January, and since then Villa have been going backwards in the Premier League, and the big issue has been the lack of the midfielders. The fact that McGinn is back today is very big indeed for them, but they've got to try and get that kind of form back. Otherwise, I mean, yeah, boosted by Chelsea losing yesterday, but certainly the form has been going all in United's favour across these two sides so far.
We're going to chat to Villa fan Dan Bardell after 1 o'clock about Aston Villa. I think he's a bit worried they're going to miss out on Champions League football once again. There is another 2 o'clock kickoff, this time at Selhurst Park. Crystal Palace taking on Leeds. Alex Crook has the team news.
And I think Leeds will be boosted when they take a look at Crystal Palace's lineup this afternoon. Some notable absentees for the home side. No Dean Henderson, so Walter Benitez makes his Premier League debut in goal. Adam Wharton drops to the bench along with Daichi Kamada. Lerma and Hughes come in for them, and still no Daniel Munoz either. That means Brennan Johnson continues as a makeshift wing-back. The Palace team in full is Benitez in goal, Richards, Lacroix and Convo. Then come Johnson, Lerma, Hughes and Mitchell in midfield, with Sarr, Strand Larsen and Gesson in attack. 2 changes for Leeds from the side that lost to Sunderland in their last Premier League game. Biol is in for Bogle, Mecha for Gruev, so it's Darlow in goal, Biol, Roden and Strout the back 3, Justin Stack, Ampadu, Aronson and Goodmanson in midfield, and then Mecha and Dominic Calvert-Lewin up front. Victory for Palace could propel them into the top half of the table. Leeds, meanwhile, well, they need to snap a 4-game losing streak that has dragged them firmly back into the relegation conversation. At Selhurst Park, it's Palace against Leeds.
Yeah, it's funny, Crookie, isn't it? Because we're all focusing really on Spurs and West Ham and Nottingham Forest, and that is understandable, but Leeds at the moment only find themselves 3 points clear of the drop zone. How in that relegation conversation do you think they are?
Well, I think if they lose today, they're right in it, bearing in mind that Nottingham Forest could go level on points if they beat Fulham at home. We're all expecting Tottenham to lose this afternoon. We're all expecting Tottenham to lose every time they play, quite frankly. But West Ham seem to have a bit of character and a bit of spark about them, and it's 1 win in 7 for Leeds. I think the consensus a few weeks ago was that they weren't in any real danger. I think if you speak to any of the travelling fans this afternoon, maybe that opinion has changed a little bit.
Crookie, thanks very much indeed. It's half-time in the WSL. Villa are taking on Manchester City. Here's Chris Hull.
Yeah, half-time, Villa women 0, Man City women 0. City 8 points clear at the top of the Women's Super League at the start of play, and they just need 12 points from the last 6 games to guarantee their first women's top-flight title since 2016. But it's Villa who started the day in the bottom 4, who have been magnificent, the much better side against a lethargic City. Kirsty Hansen firing just wide of the City goal early on, then Villa's Vilms with a fabulous corner that almost went all the way in before Keating saving City. Also Norma Ritz for Villa having her shot cleared off the line. Skipper for Villa, Anna Patton, then almost sneaking in at the near post to score inside the City's near post. City's goal living a charmed life, and then Chastity Grant striking the base of the City goal on the half hour now. Villa with 60% possession, and all the significant chances have been brilliant, and the champions-elect Manchester City have not written this script so far. They'll need a much better second half. Half-time, Villa 0, City Women 0.
Chris, thanks very much indeed. Remember, Sam Matterface and Perry Groves will have you covered all afternoon on Game Day Live from 1:30 till 6:30. All of the Premier League action, games from up and down the country, the Women's League Cup final as well. There is so much sport happening today, and the boys will have you covered throughout the afternoon, so keep Talk Sport on. In just a moment, we're going to look at Villa with Dan Bardell. Can they stay in that top 5?
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Free next-day track delivery. Head to travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
Igor, you arrived at Spurs with a reputation for instant impact wherever you go. What's gone wrong?
Gone wrong? We are absolutely on track.
But you've won 0 points and you're now in a relegation battle.
Exactly.
That's the plan?
Of course. How else do you expect us to win a trophy next season, eh?
Spurs might not be getting quite what they bargained for, but with Paddy Power, you can, with a free matched bet builder on any Premier League game this weekend. Paddy Power.
Pre-match online bet builder bets only. Win 3 legs plus. Maximum bet varies from £2 to £25 per customer. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Jack is in construction, totally unaware.
Unaware of what?
He could be paying too much tax. Jack's forever shelling out his own cash to travel between sites or buying tools.
Yeah?
So he may be owed money by HMRC. Rift Tax Refunds helps people get the money back. On average, over £3,000 back. Get the ball rolling. Search Rift Tax Refunds. Search Rift Tax Refunds today.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Footsteps, Gary! Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals. Up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
This season, LiveScoreBet is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. No goal? No problem. VAR payout to the rescue. 2 goals ahead? Cha-ching. Rest easy and enjoy the game courtesy of 2UP. Celebrate every goal, every twist and every turn this season with LiveScoreBet, bringing you more ways to win. LiveScoreBet. Total betting. Eligible leagues and markets vary. Full T&Cs apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Big Six Rugby Review on TalkSport with the next level Peugeot 3008. From the drop kicks in Dublin to the conversions in Cardiff, from the first touch in France to the final try at Twickers. As the home nations take on Europe's rugby elite, listen to Hawksby and Jacobs every post-match Monday afternoon as they're joined by a top rugby guest for expert pundit analysis and hard-tackling opinion. Big Six Rugby Review on TalkSport with the next level Peugeot 3008 fastback SUV. The road is your field.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave.
Online, on your mobile, on the app,
and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Talk Sport.
With your sports headlines at 1 o'clock, I'm Hugo Chambray. Igor Tudor could be sacked if Spurs lose to Liverpool today. The manager was made aware the club are looking at other options after their loss to Atletico in the week. Spurs have lost 5 straight league games and are just 1 point above the drop zone. Tudor says there's a simple way for them to turn things around.
When we start to not doing mistakes, we start to win. Football is a game of mistakes. So when you do mistakes, you lose the points. So we need to stop doing mistakes.
While Michael Carrick says United are working towards competing for the Premier League title again, they're third in the table ahead of this afternoon's clash with Villa at Old Trafford. United have set an ambitious target of winning the league by 2028 when they'll celebrate their 150th anniversary.
It's an exciting time because we've got something to play for. We would love to be playing for something a little bit more, a little bit higher and really challenging for leagues. There's no way you can say it's going to happen and assume it's going to happen. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to go into that and a lot of things that need to be put in place to achieve that. It's tough to win the Premier League.
Elsewhere, half-time in the Scottish Premiership, it's Rangers 1, St Mirren 0. Rangers aiming to move within 3 points of the leaders' Hearts with a win. The home side are managerless after Stephen Robinson left them to join Aberdeen last week. And England have ended the Six Nations with their worst ever championship record. A last-gasp loss to France yesterday means they've suffered 4 defeats in a row. But will the improved performance yesterday be enough to keep Steve Borthwick in charge? There's more on our website at talksport.com.
TalkSport News.
The government's considering sending mine-hunting drones to help break Iran's stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz, and researchers say prostate cancer screenings are as effective as those used for breast cancer.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. Rain or shine, our mobile tyre fitting service comes to you, so you can stay on the sofa this winter. Book today at quickfit.com. Conditions apply.
Mostly bright today with some cloud cover and scattered showers spreading eastwards. Coastal gales in the north.
On YouTube, smart speaker and smart TV.
Heat up on the warm-up.
Sports radio for discriminating sports enthusiasts. Scrub up, turn up, shut up. Blimey, it's the warm-up
on TalkSport
with Ollie Klink and Rory Jennings.
Rub it in.
Everyone's a winner, baby.
This is the Respect the Ball warm-up here on TalkSport with me, Ollie Klink, alongside Rory Jennings. I've just seen Kwaku Afari outside, who's going to be on the TalkSport Goal Show. Big Chelsea fan.
Is he livid?
He's livid.
Yeah.
He's livid. Do you know what's the best thing is, though? He said to me he's so livid that he hasn't actually watched Rossini's press conference.
Yeah, no, I think I can understand that.
So when I shouted, "You've got to respect the ball,"
he didn't know what you're talking about.
He didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah. No, but I understand that mentality. There are times where, when you just can't face it.
Well, brilliant.
You see a result. You see the way that Newcastle scored that goal so easy, straight through. Good goal, but terrible goal to concede.
Yeah. Brilliant goal, though, wasn't it?
It's a horrible moment when you just can't even face watching Match of the Day.
Willock just with the awareness, playing it across. There was Gordon. And there's 3 points at the bridge. Lovely. Anyway, this is the warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. For the latest big trade deals, head to travisperkins.co.uk or download the app. Someone texted in earlier saying this should be called the wind-up today. Probably fair enough.
Well, I mean, that's totally aimed at you, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I'm being diligent, professional, fastidious. I'm doing the right thing. You're just there with a smirk.
First time for everything. Let's chat a bit about Aston Villa. Huge game for them today at Old Trafford. We're joined by broadcaster and Villa fan Dan Bardell. Dan, how you doing?
Hello lads, I'm good. Enjoyed the game yesterday, the same as you, Ollie. Great result for Aston Villa Football Club.
Great, welcome Dan.
good to see you both.
Well, we're on the charge. We're up to 9th now. You boys should be getting a bit nervous about a late Newcastle charge into that top 5. But how are you feeling, Dan? Like I say, that the league form has seriously dipped. They looked so comfortable at one point. Villa, how nervous are you getting that they could drop out of those Champions League places?
Yeah, I feel uncomfortable for a variety of reasons right now. I'm not in my house at the moment. I'm at my Birmingham City fan father-in-law's house, and I've had to remove a load of memorabilia to be able to do this show. And I feel uncomfortable because we're playing Manchester United at Old Trafford, and Villa just can't play against Manchester United at Old Trafford, as we found out on the last day of the season last time, when everyone just thought we'd turn up there and win. But Villa fans knew differently, because we just cannot play at this place. So, yeah, it's the one game, it's the fixture I always look for all the wrong reasons. So I am feeling a bit uncomfortable right now for a couple of reasons.
Dan, can I ask you a question about Unai Emery? I think he's great. I've always celebrated the true brilliance of Unai Emery. I've said he's one of the best managers, not only in the league but in the world. I think he's top tier. However, that feeling isn't necessarily shared by everyone. Arsenal fans, for example, are always very wary of Unai Emery. They will always push back if you are too complimentary about Unai Emery. And a lot of the things that they say, it feels like it's coming true. They say that he can't finish a season. They say that it will ultimately go wrong. They say that when it most matters, the form dips. Where do you sit on this Unai Emery debate? Do you hold him accountable for the way that it's gone for Villa of late?
No, I think it's a combination of things right now. Quite a lot of the time at a football club, when things are going wrong, you can probably not always point your finger at one thing. There's a couple of things that end up happening. And I've heard you, Rory, talk about Unai before, as much as I've come on and tried to wind you up at the start. I've always thought what you've said about him is very respectful, and I would think you take kind of a different point of view to maybe other people that talk about him. I've always enjoyed hearing you speak about him, because I agree with what you say. I think Villa's had their midfield ripped out in the last couple of months, and any team loses their midfield, there's going to be a dip in form. I think we brought Douglas Luiz back and it hasn't really worked out, I would say. So we've tried to play him into fitness and form, and he's on the bench today because I imagine he can't go Thursday to Sunday right now. If you take John McGinn, Yuri Tillemans and Boubacar Kamara out of that team, it's going to be a problem. I think both Villa's runs of bad form as well have happened when transfer windows have been open. We got off to an awful start when the transfer window was open, and then in January we started to dip again when the transfer window was open. But in between that, we hit a sensational run of form. I think we won 13 from 15 games. Unai Emery is a manager that we are very, very lucky to have, and even through this dip, Villa fans know that. It's not that, you know, we can't criticise him, and look, he's made mistakes tactically and personnel-wise, I would say, over a few games in this bad run that we've had. But I know deep down that we're capable of going on runs with Unai, and with John McGinn back now, hopefully that's kind of the catalyst for things to turn around. Although I don't think it'll be today because it's Manchester United. But you know, none of the people keep saying this to me, like when you're in the race for something, you always just feel like all the other teams will win every game. But that's not how it works. Like Chelsea have dropped points yesterday. Manchester United lost to 10 men Newcastle a few weeks ago. So within that bad run, other teams drop points as well. I guess we're just fortunate that we put ourselves in such a strong and good position with that 13 wins from 15 that really we are still the makers of our own destiny. And we have, after this game, we have got a better run of fixtures. So I'm hopeful that it will turn round.
Dan, do you think it's essential for Aston Villa to get Champions League football to keep Unai Emery? And I'm not saying that's because he'll have necessarily lofty ambitions, but is it something that you're aware of and nervous about as a Villa fan?
I think this is probably the first time since he's been here where I've felt it's at risk that he won't start the following campaign with Villa. I think obviously for us, and you'll know it being a Newcastle fan, there's a lot of frustrations with the rules, and that we can't go and do the things that the super clubs with the big revenue can do just because, you know, we've come into money at the wrong time, and it's really, really frustrating. And I know that Unai Emery is massively frustrated working with his hand tied behind his back. In some ways it's a strength of Villa because we've got that core of players that have been there for a long time, and look, they've achieved, without winning a trophy, they've achieved an awful lot under Unai Emery. So in some ways it's a strength, but when you go on a bad run, it feels like a weakness that you haven't had that turnover of players and you haven't been able to dip into the transfer market as much as the manager would like. So it is something that worries me. But just by and large, I just think football's in quite a sorry state at the moment. Like, I'm not thinking about Villa winning a trophy or qualifying for the Champions League via the league. I'm not thinking of it in that way. I'm thinking, God, we need this to be able to spend money in the summer. We need this to not lose players because the restrictions are absolutely hamstringing us and really, really killing us. So it's not like I'm excited by what's going on at the moment. I'm nervous and I'm worried. And Villa are the best they've ever been in my lifetime. I shouldn't be feeling like that, but unfortunately that's the reality of where we're at in Villa fans. Everyone's just scared that we won't get Champions League and what will happen after that.
You are right to point out that they do have two routes to it. How are you feeling about the Europa League campaign? Obviously 1-0 up against Lille at the moment, and you know, I feel like it's the only thing that's been missing from the job that Emery has done at Villa. It's been a fantastic job, but you know, it would just put the cherry on the cake, wouldn't it, if he was able to get that trophy over the line. But if he was to get the Europa League too, it also secures that Champions League qualification. How are you feeling about that campaign? Do you think there's a genuine possibility, given Emery's track record, that you can go on to win it?
Yeah, look, we're the favourites for a reason, and probably the main reason we're favourites is because of Unai Emery and what he's done in that competition previously. We were in the Conference League, though, a few years ago, and everyone expected us to just win that. I think when you've got the injuries that we've got, unfortunately this season's taken a bit of a similar path to a couple of years ago where we ended up limping to the finish line in the Premier League and getting top four, but then we fell out of the Europa Conference League, in the semi-finals because we didn't have the momentum and we didn't have the squad to keep up with the demands of both. I'm a bit worried that this season is following a similar path. I think the Europa League is quite strong. If you look at Villa's route to the final, there is some good teams in and around it with a lot of European experience. Now, look, Villa have been in Europe 3 years in a row, and that's probably the first time in my life that we've been in Europe 3 seasons in a row since the kind of mid to late 90s. So, you know, this has been a great time for Villa fans. But you're right, the trophy kills two birds with one stone, the Europa League, because if we do fall out the top 4, top 5 and don't make it by the league, we've kind of got that rescue route. And I think people kind of outside of Villa wrongly assume that Villa will just win it because Tottenham and Manchester United got to the final last year. I think it's a strong Europa League. I actually still think our best chance of getting into the Champions League is via the league, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, big game today if you're going to do that away at Old Trafford. It's been a while, Dan, since Manchester United played. It was that game at St James's Park, Willa Sula. What an unbelievable finish to win it for 10-man Newcastle. But that was on the 4th of March. We're now at the 15th. It's been a weekend where some hoodoos have been broken. I don't know if I've mentioned on the show, but Newcastle hadn't won at Stamford Bridge in quite a while. I think it was just once in 30 visits, their second win in 31 in the league. I haven't really mentioned it on the show today much, Dan. So maybe it's a weekend for breaking hoodoos, you never know.
Yeah, one of our last wins actually in the league was at St James's Park, Ollie, against your mob, and we never win there.
Lovely work, Dan.
But no worries, Rory. We never ever win there, and we managed to do that. We managed to get a point at Crystal Palace, which is a place that we never do well at either. So that's the thing I'm clinging on to right now. But I'm just so worried. You'll both remember that last game of the season where everyone just thought Villa would rock up to Old Trafford and qualify for the Champions League. Martinez loses his head in the first 15 minutes. Morgan Rogers gets a goal disallowed for nothing. Like every time we go there, something goes wrong. So I am worried about it, but I am just clinging on to the fact that we broke those other two hoodoos so far this season. And just for good measure, we did win at Stamford Bridge as well earlier on in the season. So yeah, we've been okay away from home this season, but generally, if we lose today, I won't be too upset about it, and I won't be too surprised.
But you're going to have to get back to winning ways. Obviously, you've got the European fixture. Does it all then start with West Ham United at Villa Park? Like that suddenly becomes a must-win game, doesn't it? Overall, with that considered, do you think you'll get it? Do you think you will finish in the top 5?
I mean, after the Champions League results in midweek, or the European results in midweek, I'm quite worried that 5th won't be enough for Champions League. I think we will. I think we've now got that experience of getting over the line, but we've also got the experience of kind of not getting over the line last season when we went on a great run but messed it all up at Old Trafford. I do think we'll do it because I just think we'll click into gear at some point. I don't think Manchester United will keep winning, and obviously they lost last week. And Chelsea, as you all know, Rory, they're pretty inconsistent. Like over the last couple of weeks, kind of the little bit of the feel good that was there with Rossini feels like it's dissipated a little bit. So we've got to take advantage of that. I do think we'll just about do it. But I do also think it'll be tight. Like Liverpool are inconsistent as well, and obviously we all expect them to beat Tottenham today. But they've been quite inconsistent and dropped strange points as well. I think it's going to come down to the wire. It's been a really, really odd Premier League season. I think for us though, the disappointing thing was that we just had such a big gap on you all. We were sat 3rd up there with Man City and Arsenal for a long, long time, and just in the last month or so, it's dwindled. So if we don't get it, in all honesty, we've only got ourselves to blame.
Dan, are you watching the game with your Birmingham City supporting father-in-law?
Absolutely not. No, I will be heading home after I've done this. I can't do that. Absolutely no chance. I'd rather watch the game with Fred the Red.
Or Rory, maybe, yeah. Anyway, Dan, thanks very much indeed, mate. Hope it goes well for you. Hope the hoodoo comes to an end.
Thank you.
There we go, Dan Bardell, broadcaster and Villa fans. I'm a bit concerned about that league form for Aston Villa. Sam Matterface and Perry Groves will keep you across that game, of course, as well as the other 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League and all the sport that's going on today. This is TalkSport.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Doing what matters for the trade. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
Listen up, football fans. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM. It's showtime. New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Chicken dip has just landed at Domino's. Succulent tenders, wings and boneless bites. But that's not all. There are 9 dips to choose from. Which begs the question, is it chicken with dips on the side or dips with chicken on the side? Dip into a world of flavour with chicken dip, new from Domino's.
Domino!
Subject to availability.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Is that footsteps, Gary? Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals, up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
With any job, there's the part you enjoy and the part that follows you home. But what if it didn't? What if the drawings, photos, RFIs and reports were already sorted before you left the construction site? So when you're done, you're done. Trimble Project Site. Unified project and site management in your hands. No chasing, no retyping, no evening admin. Take your time back. Search Project Site. Trimble Project Site.
Someone in the UK has got that Euro Millions feeling because they have won the incredible £181 million Euro Millions jackpot. I reckon they've had a bit of a dance. All around the house, then out the door, down the path and into the street. For all we know, they're probably still dancing. Go on, guys. Get that Euro Millions feeling. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Talk Sport Breakfast in partnership with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. Move up through the gears every morning with Top of the Range Sports Edition, ABS, story breaking news, and more goal talk to the gallon. Plus a stellar lineup of super celebrity sports guests as standard. Talk Sport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 on Talk Sport with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK.
Fix up your Thursday night with some fierce Europa League football on the TalkSport network. Midtjylland clash with Forest from 5:45 on TalkSport 2. With Villa versus Lille from 8 on TalkSport. It's a fully focused Thursday night of Europa League football on the TalkSport network.
This is the warm-up here on TalkSport with me, Ollie Klink. I'm alongside Rory Respect the Ball Jennings. It's time to play Guess the Attendance before Sam Matterface and Perry Groves take over at 1:30. Producer Reese is in the studio for Guess the Attendance. Now, this is both our debut for this game. I've been a long-time listener, always wanted to play. I'm a bit nervous at how bad... I mean, I was atrocious at the football game earlier, let's be honest. It wasn't your best outing, but I felt it was gracious that you let everybody else. Do you know what? Earlier Moose said that Fulham are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're going to get. That is me with the footballer game. I'm either awful or amazing.
Just coincidental that you were awful today, the one time that we've been able to put that to the test. What are the chances?
It's so weird, that, isn't it?
I'm often great when nobody's watching and I'm playing on my own. I get them all right.
I'm really good when I'm Googling it. Yeah. I'm amazing.
It's like me when I watch a chase. When nobody's there, I get them all right. And as soon as I'm with my mum or something, I start getting them all wrong. I'm like, no, I'm good, I promise, when I'm on my own.
Oh, my word. Right, well, anyway, it's time for Guess the Attendance. We'll find out how good or bad we both are at this. Reese, take it away.
Yep, our first game, we go to the Stadium of Light yesterday as Sunderland lost 1-0 to Brighton and Hove Albion with a goal from Yankuba Minter after 58 minutes. Thomas Kirk of Yorkshire refereed the game, but Ollie, can you tell me how many people were there?
Oh, I'm sure there was plenty of empty seats, mate. Sunderland, it's got to be. I think I know what the max attendance is. I'm going to go with 38,671.
Rory? I'm going to go slightly higher. I'm going to go 39,456.
I can tell you it was 45,497, so it's 1-0 Rory.
Oh, apologies.
Hardly surprising. Yeah. Rory beats Clink.
But I had to go low there, didn't I? Let's be honest. Sorry. Anyway, Reece, what have we got next? So 1-0 to Rory. So it's a great start for me.
Solid start. Our second game was at the Hawthorns as Josh Smith of Peterborough refereed West Bromwich Albion 3, Hull City 0 yesterday afternoon. Goals from Josh, Madger, Hegebo and Price. But can you tell me how many people were there, Rory?
Yes, I can. I can tell you that there were 24,564 people there.
Ollie?
They've been struggling, haven't they? I'm going to go with 19,000 exactly.
It was 23,245.
Yet again, that's a 2-0 lead to Jennings. Oh, mate, I'm coming with the knockout blows. It's a 10-8 round so far.
Disaster. It's an absolute disaster so far, but the comeback's on. Don't worry about it. I'm confident for the rest of this game. Reece, what you got? What we got?
The third game comes from St James's Park as Exeter City were beaten 4-0 by Cardiff in League One yesterday. A brace from Colwell and goals from Robertson and Robinson in a game that was refereed by Ben Speedy of England. But can you tell me how many people were at St James's Park, Ollie?
Firstly, did you see the guy that went to the wrong St James's Park?
Yeah, nobody can be that dumb. That's purely for attention.
You think?
Yeah. He's a Barcelona fan who went to Exeter rather than Newcastle.
So funny.
That's for social media attention. Nobody can be that thick.
No, but it's the same ground. He's just put it into his sat-nav.
Nobody. It's absolutely impossible. That is for social media attention. I fail to believe that anyone could be that dumb.
You'd never be an expert in that. Bit of social media attention. Anyway, I've wound you up too much today. I think I'm now right at the limit. I think I'm right on the line. What was it? St James's Park. Who was playing next?
St James's Park. Exeter beaten 4-0 by Cardiff in League One.
I've been to this ground. How many people are there? I'm going to go with 9,121.
Rory?
12,608.
Was 7,180.
He's back in it.
I thought Cardiff would take loads.
Yeah, true. They're doing well. Yeah. Well, there we go. So a point on the board for Clinks, 2-1. 2-1 to Jennings. What have we got, Reece?
Our fourth game, Matthew Corlett of England refereed at Meadow Lane. Notts County 2, Chesterfield 3 in League 2. But can you tell me how many people were there, Ollie?
Notts County. Oh, this is tricky. My words. Let's go with 15,021.
Rory?
That sounds really high. I'm going to go with 9,617.
I can tell you it was 12,604.
Oh, so who wins that?
Me.
I say Rory because he went lower.
You say Rory,
so I think he's closer to the right answer, so Rory goes 3-1.
That's a 3-1 lead.
Oh, God.
Ollie Clink. You've given it the big one today, but you've basically been smashed to bits in every game.
Yeah, it's been absolute. So we're actually going to check that mathematics. Do you know what I love there? I love that from Reece. Reece just went, yeah, Rory sounded close.
Yeah, Rory sounded close. I think if you go lower, I think the way...
there was rationale, wasn't there?
Go lower,
that.
then it's closer to the answer.
Yeah, there was actual rationale from me, whereas you just plucked a high number out. I knew that you'd
I went 15,021.
But you did. It's miles too high.
Well, we're actually doing a VAR check on that. So at the moment it's 3-1, could be 2-2. Reece, what we got?
Our final game is from the BPSB Stadium, Rugby Park, as David Dickinson of Scotland refereed Kilmarnock.
No way is that his name.
David Dickinson?
No way.
Crazy, isn't it?
No way.
Crazy, yeah. It's genuinely his name.
Wow.
Shonning Larson scored the goal for Kilmarnock as they beat title-chasing Hearts in the Scottish Premiership. But how many were there, Rory?
7,644.
Sorry, where was it? At Killy?
It was at Killy, yeah.
Oh, my word. Yeah, saying it like I know. Saying like I know the
everything. Oh, right. It was at Killy, was it?
Killy, was it, Reece? Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
What, David Dickinson, was it?
Yeah.
All I can imagine is just a ref with an unbelievable tan.
Yeah.
Just bright orange
Actually,
ref.
just David.
Yeah, but he's got a pocket watch on.
You do a huddle round him, wouldn't you, to be fair? What about... So it's at Killy. 11,320.
I can tell you the attendance was 8,230.
That was wild.
No, we don't even need the video.
No, it's over. It's over. It's a landslide in Jennings' favour.
Oh, my word.
They've got a calculator.
Absolute, for the first time ever.
Clink on his way to Clink with such a bad performance.
I had to give you something today, mate, I think.
Mate.
It's been a pure wind-up.
What you do not know is football stadiums of the Great British Isles.
No.
That's what we've learned today.
Do you know what the bad thing is?
You do not know that.
I've pretended I do. But,
I like it when you went, St James's Park, Killy, right? Yeah, I've been there.
It was the Killy for me.
Yeah.
Killy
I like it. Yeah, totally.
I was closest.
Consolation goal.
Oh, you were close. So you
yeah.
lost 3-2 as opposed to 4-1.
Lost 3-2, yeah.
It was a moral landslide. The moral victory was mine as well. As it was never in doubt, was it?
Yeah. Reece, thanks very much indeed.
No worries.
It's been a pleasure. What a host, by the way.
Reece,
you know what? Reece has been the real winner today, I think.
You've shone, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rory, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate.
For you?
Have you enjoyed yourself?
No, not it hasn't been. No, not really. It's been all right.
It has been a glorious day.
You've made life very difficult for me, very unenjoyable. You've mocked me, you've ridiculed me, you've slandered me.
Yeah. Do you want to give one more message to Liam Rosenior and your Chelsea team?
No, I don't. I've said everything I need to say to that man, and the sooner that he's out of Chelsea Football Club, the better. I'm now going to see my old dear.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, big happy Mother's Day to all the mums and all people missing mums today as well. You're all in our thoughts, of course. Happy Mother's Day. Up next, it's Game Day Live. Keep TalkSport on throughout the afternoon. You will have everything covered with Sam Matterface and Perry Groves.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. For the latest big trade deals, go to travisperkins.co.uk or download the Travis Perkins app.
Igor, you arrived at Spurs with a reputation for instant impact wherever you go. What's gone wrong?
Gone wrong? We are absolutely on track.
But you've won 0 points and you're now in a relegation battle.
Exactly.
That's the plan?
Of course. How else do you expect us to win a trophy next season, eh?
Spurs might not be getting quite what they bargained for, but with Paddy Power, you can, with a free matched bet builder on any Premier League game this weekend. Paddy Power.
Pre-match online bet builder bets only. Win 3 legs plus. Maximum bet varies from £2 to £25 per customer. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Go from someday to sunny days in Greece with package holidays from £329 per person. So stop dreaming of souvlaki. Stop scrolling crystal clear beaches. Search EasyJet Holidays and get your holiday in Greece sorted today. Get out there. Selected dates April to September. Limited availability. ATOL protected. T's and C's apply.
With LV, I can get my home insurance from just £133. They've made it easy for me to get a great price. And their 24/7 emergency helpline lets me look after what matters to me. Because insurance is simple when it's me and LV.
No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of new customers paid £133 or less July to December 2025. LV General Insurance is part of Allianz.
Love sports? So do we! At Sporting Life, we give you access to premium sports betting insights, and it's all completely free. Whether it's the thrill of the race or the excitement of the big match, we're here because every moment matters. Join Sporting Life today to enhance your betting experience with in-depth analysis, exclusive content, and the latest form and stats. When it comes to sports, we're on your side. Search Sporting Life.
Turn ordinary into the extraordinary every day with the Lexus LBX. Whilst most SUVs are big and brash, the LBX is quietly bold and confident. Refined luxury crafted into a compact SUV. The Lexus LBX. What car's best small SUV 2024 and 2025?
It's time to get your hands dirty at Lidl's garden event, where it's potting and planting week, with all sorts from just $2.49. From walking greenhouses to potting benches. Gardening might just grow on you. Lidl, more to value. While stocks last, selected stores GB only. In store from the 12th of the 3rd, 26.
This season, LiveScore Bet is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. Take VAR Payout, where we settle goal scorer markets on Premier League matches as winners, even if the goal is chalked off by VAR. This applies to both singles and bet builder legs, because LiveScore Bets love rewarding goals, not taking them away. Don't let the review get in the way of you celebrating. LiveScore Bet, total betting. Pre-match single, multi or bet builder bets on selected player markets on English Premier League only. Paid as a winner if goal is ruled out by VAR. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
You unbeatable, canvas-thumping coverage of the biggest bouts in world boxing. Talk Sport. Go the distance with unparalleled ringside commentary of the biggest boxing showdowns.
Unbelievable stuff at the Manchester Arena!
With 2 tough-talking boxing shows, Fight Night and Fight Night Extra.
The fight starts now!
Plus, get total knockout content on our world-class boxing podcasts and dedicated YouTube channel.
Swaggering, full of confidence.
Available now, and it's all for free. Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2, your home of boxing.
Sunday, Game Day Live on DAB, online, on your mobile, on the Talk Sport app.
And a brilliant save again by the goalkeeper.
Football's #1 super-fast stadium safari.
From the touchline to the terraces.
The UK's essential kit-connected gridwork of goal maps.
Sunday. Game day live on Talk Sport.
Hello and welcome to Game Day Live as we take you around the grounds on a massive Sunday of Premier League football. I'm Sam Matterface. I'm delighted to be alongside the former Arsenal winger Perry Groves in the studio today. We've got reporters and pundits across the Premier League, WSL and Women's League Cup action as well. We're also going to be keeping you up to date with the Scottish Premiership and the English Prem Cup final and the Rugby Union. But first, to Old Trafford, where it's third against fourth as Manchester United take on Aston Villa. And watching for TalkSport is Dave Rowe.
And Michael Carrick suffered his first Premier League defeat in charge of United last time out. They've still taken 19 points from 8 games to leave them level with Villa, whose own form has gone into reverse since the turn of the year. Dullo and Amar both start for the home side, who've left Seshko on the bench. Villa are boosted by the return of John McGinn. Ross Barkley also starts, but they've only won twice here in 37 visits.
Former England defender and our Manchester correspondent Mickey Gray is also at Old Trafford. We'll hear from him very shortly, while Nottingham Forest are looking to move out of the bottom 3 that they were dumped into yesterday by West Ham's point against Manchester City. They host 12th place Fulham this afternoon, and Ian Abrahams is at the City Ground.
No wins in 6 for Forest, who have got a resurgent West Ham just ahead of them, and imploding Spurs they play next week. Today is vital they get something, probably a win against Fulham. A couple of changes from their last league outing includes Cunha replaced by Hudson-Odoi. As for Fulham, wholesale changes from their exit team from the Cup last Sunday.
Finally at 2 o'clock, Crystal Palace host Leeds United. Our chief football correspondent Alex Crook is at Selhurst Park.
Where victory for Palace could lift them into the top half of the table, but they're without goalkeeper Dean Henderson due to illness, so Walter Benitez makes his Premier League debut. Still no Daniel Munoz either, while Adam Wharton drops to the bench. As for Leeds, they bring in Biol and Metcher from their last Premier League lineup. They need to eradicate a 4-game losing streak that has dragged Daniel Farke's side firmly back into relegation danger. At Selhurst Park, it's Crystal Palace against Leeds.
4:30 this afternoon, all eyes are on Anfield. Liverpool hosts Spurs. Ian Dancer will be reporting for TalkSport.
No Spurs manager has ever lost their first 4 league games in charge, but the club have already made history in the week, losing 6 successive matches for the first time in their existence. They could be in the Premier League bottom 3 by the time they kick off here at Anfield. Igor Tudor has to pick from a decimated squad to try and take points off Liverpool, who themselves could end the afternoon in 4th. Whatever the result is later on, it will be a major story. Liverpool versus Tottenham Hotspur at Anfield.
In the Scottish Premiership, Rangers 1-0 up against St Mirren going into the last few minutes of that game. That will take them into within 3 points of Hearts at the top of the table. Dundee against Dundee United kicks off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We'll keep you in touch with that. Both teams will end up in the bottom half of the table after the split. Into the WSL and how the league leaders Manchester City getting on this afternoon. They're at Aston Villa, and so is Chris Hull.
78 gone, Villa women 0, City women 0. Villa magnificent in the first half against Women's Super League champions-elect Manchester City. The first 45 certainly not in the City script. City 8 points clear at the start of the day and needing just 12 more to win the women's top flight for the first time in 8 years. City much brighter in the second period, but still we remain deadlocked. Villa 0, City women 0.
The European and World Champions Arsenal are currently leading London City Lionesses by 1-0. Everton 1-0 up against Tottenham Hotspur, and Liverpool, who have had a resurgence in the last couple of months, beating Leicester City by 1-0. At 2:15 this afternoon, we've got the Women's League Cup final. It's at Ashton Gate, Chelsea taking on Manchester United, and TalkSport's Angelina Kelly is there.
Yes, this season's League Cup final takes place at a sold-out Ashton Gate as current holders Chelsea face Manchester United. Despite only beating the Blues once in their history, the Red Devils will be out for revenge, as the last time they were in action, it was a 2-1 loss against Chelsea in the FA Cup. Kickoff is at 2:15. It's Chelsea versus Manchester United.
Angelina is alongside the former WSL midfielder Caris Harrop, and we'll join her very shortly and hear from her ahead of that cup final. There's also a cup final in English Prem Rugby today. Leicester Tigers take on the Exeter Chiefs at 3:30. 8:30. The F1, the Chinese Grand Prix, took place this morning, and here's our F1 correspondent Tom Clayton with all the headlines.
It was a hugely impressive display from Kimi Antonelli. The 19-year-old was mature from lights to flag as he takes his first race win in Formula One. Mercedes teammate George Russell was second, Lewis Hamilton in third place, perhaps a return to form for him, but Antonelli's the winner at the Chinese Grand Prix.
In golf, the Players' Championship at the USPGA Tour, the Swede Ludvig Ahlberg leads on 13 under ahead of the final round. That starts around about 20 to 6 tonight, UK time. The Live Golf and the Singapore individual, Bryson DeChambeau beat Richard T. Lee on the fourth hole of their playoff. They finished tied on 14 under. It's TalkSport Sunday afternoon, and we're taking you around the grounds. And a very good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for lending us your ears on this brilliant Sunday afternoon of football. Can't wait for it. Get stuck in. Perry Groves is here. Hello.
Good afternoon, Samuel.
Mickey Gray is at Old Trafford. All right?
I'm very well, thank you.
And the Crookmeister is at Selhurst Park today. How are you?
I'm good. Looking forward to this afternoon.
Good. Have you recovered from Friday night? We went out Friday. We were absolutely tanked, honestly. I don't know how I recovered, but he drinks a lot more than me. I don't know why he hasn't had a week in bed after that.
I think he has more volume where it can actually go to.
That's
Sam,
true.
So I think,
That's true. Is that another jibe at me being short?
No, him being Hofmeister Bear. Okay. All right, calm down, little angry man. All right.
Right, OK, one takeaway from yesterday's football. Let's start with Mickey Gray.
Oh, well, what a bad week it's been for Manchester City and Pep Guardiola, Sam. The Real Madrid defeat, and then obviously the draw yesterday. He looked like it was the end of the Premier League reign as well as the Champions League. So domestic trophies are going to be priority, or certainly looks that way from the outside looking in for Manchester City.
OK, Perry Groves?
I'm all maxed out, to be fair, Sam.
I bet you are.
Yeah, like Max Downman yesterday. He's getting old now, by the way. He's 16 and 74 days today.
Ollie, we can hardly hear you.
Seconds, knowing he's going to score. And what could be a defining moment for Arsenal's season, and actually in Arsenal's history. Obviously not winning the title for 22 years. And all fans will never, ever witness that again. That moment where you're actually watching someone come on and in front of your eyes create an iconic moment. It is absolutely scary. Hold on, wait a minute. There goes Mikolenko. Oh, he's just gone past the studio. Oh, Dewsbury Hall, he just slid past her. It was apart from Man City fans and Spurs fans, every fan looking at that would have smiled. You know, even like Arsenal fans lost their whatever, but you would smile looking at what he did yesterday.
So you know I'm up for Arsenal winning the title this year, because I think that it legitimises Pep, Mikel Arteta getting the keys to the Arsenal and doing a very good job, and it sort of underscores the need for stability in management, and this is what can happen if you give a manager the key. I know for a fact that Alex Crook is absolutely delighted that he is at least 25 miles away from you today.
Yeah, but he'd be delighted. Crookie being a massive football fan, Crookster, you'd be delighted for Max Down, wouldn't you, in the way that he took his goal?
Do you know what? How can you begrudge it? You know, you've got a 16-year-old, potentially a generational talent. He walked past me in the tunnel at Brighton after that game down there, and he looked about 10. But what an incredible talent Arsenal have got on their hands, and this is what we live for as football fans. So, do you know what? For once, I'm not going to be curmudgeonly. I can't even say that word, but I'm going to say congratulations, Perry, congratulations, Max Dowman, and the title race is done, Perry. You can relax for the rest of the season.
He was a little bit there, wasn't he? It was a little bit salty, went a little bit in there. What about this one for you? Wild card for England's World Cup squad?
OK, maybe that's a discussion for another day.
Calm down.
All right,
okay.
Let's just calm down a little bit. Let's see what happens. OK, Crookster, what you got from yesterday?
Well, as you know, Sam, recently TalkSport.com got me to write a piece for the website on how England can win the World Cup for the first time since 1966. And I had a series of bullet points, you know, work on your set pieces, pick Luke Shaw at left back, get Harry Maguire back in the squad. But I feel stupid because I've missed the big one. They've got to respect the ball. That's what we've been doing wrong since 1966. We don't respect the ball enough. Liam Rosenior has put me in the right direction yesterday.
What do you mean by this?
Do you mean like Uri Geller will go and touch the ball and get that positive energy before you start playing?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a trend now. I think it's going to be a trend now. I think players are just going to gather around the the football, and that will obviously bring better results, as it did for Chelsea yesterday. Respecting the ball worked out very well for them.
To be fair, I think Paul Tierney respected the ball quite well, didn't he?
Well,
he was protecting the ball.
Well, this is my point from yesterday. If it is true that in the pre-match meeting where the managers or the assistant managers and the captains go in to speak to the referee, and the first thing that Paul Tierney starts to address is the Chelsea huddle, then fails to negotiate some sort of settlement or solution to the point where he decides to place himself in the middle of Chelsea's pre-match huddle, right at the centre of attention, then he is guilty of a major failing before you've even kicked off the game. He's supposed to manage the game. He's the referee. And look, one of the justifications behind the constant sort of interventions and warnings at corners and free kicks and set pieces is that part of the referee's job is to prevent incidents from happening, to make sure the game is managed. Well, this appears to me, and I'm sure to the Chelsea players, provocative, premeditated, and the referee trying to make a point. I don't understand what this does for the game, because immediately you're putting yourself up against one of the sides that you're supposed to be refereeing. You're supposed to be the independent arbiter of a football match, and immediately you've got the backs up of one team. I don't think it's a very sensible thing to do. The best referees would never get involved in a situation like that. It causes friction before the start, and it puts the referee at the centre of attention, and that is never a good thing. The game is about players.
That's where he wanted to be. That's where Paul Tierney wanted to be, because Sam, we all know, like Liam says, respect to the ball. It's about doing their huddle around the centre circle for like territory, right? Which the New Zealand rugby team do the hack up, which is fine, right? Everybody knows to do it. Anybody who's got any common sense and he's going to manage the game and manage people, as soon as Chelsea start doing it, all he's got to do is step aside. Just like Cilla Black, step aside, love. Just step aside for a yard. That's all he has to do. And I think he actually revelled in it, because it worries me whenever he's refereeing an Arsenal game or his VAR, because I think he's one of those referees who tries to tell you he sees something you haven't seen, and that was all about him yesterday. Some people giving Chelsea players stick. It's not them, it's the referee, 100%.
If you want to contribute to this debate, 03717 2233 44. You can WhatsApp us, you can send us a voice note, you can send us a text 810 89 as well. Let's get the latest odds ahead of the 2 o'clock kickoffs from Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Minimum odds and T's and C's apply. 18 plus gamblerware.org.
And at Old Trafford, Manchester United take on Aston Villa, and Manchester United looking to bounce back from defeat to Newcastle United. 10 days to go. They're 13-8 on to win the game. The draw is 12-5. Villa 10-3. Nottingham Forest against Fulham. Nottingham Forest have won one of their last 9 matches in all competitions. Fulham dumped out the FA Cup last Sunday. Forest 6-5 to win the game. The draw is 15-8. Fulham 2-1. Crystal Palace against Leeds. Crystal Palace a little bit of a pep up after what was a dismal first few months of 2026. Take on a Leeds United side don't usually win away from home. Palace at 8-5. The draw 15-8. Leeds to win the game is 7-5, which is fascinating. And each week we're placing a bet on the Betfair Sportsbook, with all the winnings going to the Bobby Moore Fund, raising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. Today we're placing a treble on some of today's matches, and this is what we've gone for. We had Manchester United against Villa, Liverpool against Tottenham, and Palace against Leeds to pick through. I think I went for a Manchester United victory. Crookmeister went for...
I've gone draw, but that was before I saw the Palace team. I'm less confident now.
OK, so Palace leads draw. All right, that's like backpedaling before you even
start. That's a flip-flop in his own bet.
Is that a flip-flop record?
Flip-flop, flip-flop, flip.
And the one that's going to torpedo the bet, got to be Perry, because you always do. Go on.
It's head, not heart, by the way. I'm going Liverpool to beat Spurs. 1 defeat in 31 at home against Spurs in the Premier League, and Spurs haven't won a game in the Premier League
Even we don't expect you to torpedo this bet. Manchester United, Liverpool to win. Palace and Leeds to draw. 4.81 to 1. £50 is going to return us 290 quid, hopefully. All for charity. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BigGamblerWare.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Minimum odds and T's and C's apply. 18 plus gamblerware.org.
Back to the WSL into the closing stages. Aston Villa, Manchester City. Chris Hull.
Yes, and we're into the last 60 seconds here, and it's still Villa 0, City 0. Villa brilliant in the first half. City much brighter and stronger in this second period. Leading scorer Khadija Shaw just pulling a right foot shot just wide of Villa keeper Roebuck's goal. Then Miedemar's close range header forcing a Roebuck save. It's still deadlocked here. City at the start of the day just needed 12 more points from their last 6. At the moment it looks like they need 11 from the last 5. They've been underwhelming today, but Villa have been magnificent so far. We're going into additional time. Villa 0, City 0.
It means that Manchester United and Chelsea will both have the opportunity to close the gap in their next league assignment. They're playing in the League Cup final today, so are not active this weekend. It means if they win those games, Manchester United in particular can go within 6 points of Manchester City. We've seen Manchester City wobble from this position before. Chelsea caught them a couple of seasons ago, but I think we all expect Manchester City to get over the line this time around, even though they're dropping points today against an Aston Villa team that currently sit 9th in the division. Liverpool look like they're going to avoid relegation, especially the way they've been in the second half of the season. Winning again today, they will be up into 10th position in the WSL should they complete that victory this afternoon. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports, and don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Liverpool versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. But next we'll be looking ahead to the 3 big Premier League matches which start at 2.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now, like Liverpool versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, Virgin Bet has even more for you to shout about this season, because we're giving you a free bet builder on any Sunday football match every week this season when you bet £10. So get ready to make some noise. Join us and claim your bet builder free bet every week. Virgin Bet, a good bet. £1 to £20 free bet builder for any Sunday football match. Min 3 legs, min odds evens. Bet £10 and previous 7 days to qualify. T&Cs apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly.
Can you hear that? That's your next adventure calling, and it's ready to book at Break Free Holidays. With deposits from just £10 per booking, it's never been easier. We bring all your favourite holiday hotspots into one place. Grab exclusive deals on UK and European holiday parks. Go on, break free at breakfreeholidays.co.uk. Terms and conditions apply.
Crayola has landed on Planet Happy Meal, so explore your little astronaut's imagination and see where their creativity takes them. From colouring to creating, the sky's the limit. So reach for the stars. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 23rd of March from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy, whilst Crayola range comprises toys only, while stocks last.
Today's deal is brought to you by Hughes Gray Building Supplies and Solutions, proud sponsors of professional game match officials in men's and women's football. We're on the ball at every stage of your build with great deals like this one. Get the Riso 1200-piece cutter screw pack worth £84 for just $39.99 ex-VAT. Grab yours in one of over 230 branches nationwide or at hughesgray.co.uk. Hughes Gray. For everyone, for every build. Conditions apply while stocks last. VAT at 20%.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Is that footsteps, Gary? Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals, up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
At Betfair, we're built for football's dramatic run-in. From European knockout rounds to the league's biggest six-pointers, where promotion, relegation and title issues can swing on a dodgy VAR call. Can you predict the twists to come? Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Betfair. Play different.
Opt-in required. Free bet valid for 7 days. Minimum 3 legs at 1.5 odds or higher to qualify. T's and C's apply. 18 plus gamblerware.org.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Football in motion. Super cool, super quick Sunday. Game Day Live.
He's only got Michael Keane and the keeper between him and goal. He's rolling square, and Šeško puts it into the bottom right-hand corner.
There's limbs everywhere, and it's rifled in by Buendia. Aston Villa lead. Down the inside left channel, pulls it back to Amari Hutchinson, 1-1. Brilliant Nottingham Forest move.
And now they have a chance inside the penalty area that they've been able to take, and it's Sessegnon.
Cross the face. Oh! Strand Larsen with his second diving header this time. Going to run inside the box and come back to James Justin, and he fires it in past Pickford, and Leeds United lead. This is Game Day Live. We're on TalkSport. Very shortly we'll cross into our teams at the 3 Premier League games, which begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon. But elsewhere today, the situation involving the Scottish Premiership teams: St Mirren 0, Rangers 1, WSL, Aston Villa 0, Manchester City 0, London City Lionesses 0, Arsenal 2, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Everton 2, Liverpool lead against Leicester City by 1-0. It means that they're going to move out of the bottom 2 and above West Ham United, who will have a game in hand. We have breaking news as far as Tottenham is concerned, and Roberto De Zerbi. Here's TalkSport's Alex Crook.
Yes, Roberto De Zerbi, one of the names that has been seriously mentioned as a potential replacement for Igor Tudor in recent days, but it's my understanding that De Zerbi has no plans to return to management this side of the summer. Of course, he left Marseille a few weeks ago. His plan then was to take a break and maybe come back in for the start of next season, so it seems very unlikely that if, as we expect, Spurs do part company with Igor Tudor, the Roberto De Zerbi will be the next manager this season anyway.
Let's turn our attention back to the game that you are actually at today. Selhurst Park leads the visitors to Crystal Palace. And what's the headline team news?
Well, the headline team news is that Crystal Palace, for the first time in the Premier League this season, are without their goalkeeper Dean Henderson. Walter Benitez comes in for his debut in the competition. There's no Daniel Munoz. He missed the midweek game against Larnaca in Europe due to injury and is once again absent this afternoon. Adam Wharton also drops the bench along with Daichi Kamada. So Will Hughes and Jefferson Lerma come in. It means that Palace have Benitez in goal, Richards, Lacroix and Convo the back 3, Johnson, Lerma, Hughes and Mitchell in midfield, Sarr, Strand Larsen and Guessond in attack. John Peter Mateta once again among the subs for Leeds. They go with Darlow in goal, Biel, Roden and Strout the back 3, Justin, Stack, Ampadu, Aronson and Goodmanson in midfield, and Metcher and Dominic Calvert-Lewin in attack. A lot of Leeds fans excited to see those two paired together here in South London.
This is not really a Palace story today, is it? It's Leeds United who should really be the focus, bearing in mind that Crystal Palace are pretty much safe with 38 points already. But Leeds United are in that group with Tottenham, West Ham and Nottingham Forest, basically fighting to avoid relegation. They've got the third worst away record in the league. They've only won once on their travels. Is today the perfect chance for them to get another win on the road, do you think?
I think so, particularly with that team news. I think Dean Henderson in particular is a massive loss. Daniel Munoz, so important, raiding down that right-hand side. I think it's fair to say that at the moment Brennan Johnson has been a record signing as he was then. That hasn't particularly worked out. So I think those away fans over on the far side probably would have taken a point before the team sheets were handed in, but they will see this as an opportunity to get back to winning ways. And as much as I think we all think it's between Forest, West Ham and Tottenham really for that final relegation place, it is just 1 win in 7 for Leeds. And if Forest do beat Fulham this afternoon and Leeds don't pick up anything here, they'll be level on points.
They will indeed. OK, let's go off to the game at Nottingham Forest City Ground then and hear from TalkSport's Ian Abrahams, who's got the headline team news ahead of kickoff.
Yeah, Callum Hudson-Odoi is back for Forest today, so they line up with Sells in goal, Aina, Milankovic, Murlo and Williams across the back, Sangari and Anderson, then Domingos, Gibbs-White, Hudson-Odoi and Igor Jesus up front. Their problem has been scoring goals. Fulham revert to their normal, or their normal-ish team use in terms of the Premier League, but they do welcome back Harry Wilson from injury. So Leno's in goal, Tete Anderson, Bassi and Robinson across the back, Iwobi and Berger will sit a little bit deeper, then Wilson, King and Bob behind Raul Jimenez up front. Forest desperately needs something out of this game.
They certainly do. Since he was appointed as the Nottingham Forest boss, no team in Europe's top 5 leagues has lost more games than Vitor Pereira's Nottingham Forest. They're inside the relegation zone, courtesy of that point that West Ham picked up yesterday. How do you assess their chances of avoiding relegation, Moose?
I think they have to get something today. A point would take them back above West Ham. I think next Sunday is everything. I think it's almost a winner take all and loser go down. The match at Spurs. By that stage, I would expect, as Alex already said, Igor Tudor not to be in charge. I think they'll go back to Ryan Mason, and I think that might be what Spurs actually need, going back to someone they need. But the game next Sunday, Spurs will lose at Liverpool. Forest need to get something here, and then, as I say, next Sunday becomes, I know you'll be at Wembley for the League Cup final, but it becomes a cup final in itself, really.
Absolutely. There is a lot of ifs and buts there, but it does feel as if this is a pivotal week for both those two teams, isn't it? Nottingham Forest and Tottenham Hotspur, starting with today's game against Fulham, who haven't had the best of seasons.
If you look at Forest, it's their conversion rate. They're in the top 10 for amount of shots in the Premier League this season, 373, and have a 7.5% conversion rate. So they're creating chances. You've got Hudson-Odoi, Gibbs-White, obviously Dominguez, Anderson has been, his levels have been still very, very high. Forest ain't been playing well, but they've just not been clinical enough. And with Fulham, Fulham are going to try and win the game, so that might suit Nottingham Forest. They'll be able to hit Fulham on the counter-attack.
Teams in the tunnel at Old Trafford. Dave Rose got the headline team news.
Defeat at Newcastle 10 days ago. Dalot and Ahmad come in. Mazraoui and Seshko drop to the bench. Lammon's in goal. Dalot, Maguire, Yoro and Shaw the back four. Casemiro and Maynard in front of them. Ahmad, Fernandez and Cunha behind them. Burmo up front. Villa make 4 changes from their last league game, and that was a defeat against Chelsea by 4-1. The big news, John McGinn returns to the starting lineup after 2 months out, and Ross Barkley also comes in for a rare start in the league. Martinez in goal. Bogard, Konsa, Mings and Digne. Anana and Barkley in front of them. McGinn, Rodgers and Buendia behind. Watkins up front. Not the happiest hunting grounds here for Aston Villa. Don't forget their Champions League hopes went up in smoke on the last day of last season. These two sides level on points, third against fourth in the table.
That game was live on Talk Sport, and Villa did fly the flag in midweek for English sides in Europe, but they've won only 1 of their last 6 in the league. What sort of test will they pose for Manchester United and Michael Carrick today, Mickey Gray, who have had 10 days off?
Yeah, they've had those 10 days off, Sam, so you'd think he'll be fresh, and he's only made those 2 changes with Dalot and Ahmad coming into the starting 11. I think Mbeumo will be the player who plays in that striker role, but they can rotate at times. And as we know, Aston Villa, their exploits in midweek where they played very well. Good finish from Ollie Watkins, but his record against Manchester United in the Premier League, well, no goals. I don't think he scored against him in the Premier League, but it's going to be a test today. I've looked at that midfield area. McGinn, Barkley, Onana playing against Casemiro and Mainu. That where Aston Villa can exploit Manchester United if they have a lot of possession. But I do think Man United certainly have got a big opportunity today, seeing what happened yesterday, the results, and United want to finish in those top 4 spots if they possibly can. So it's a big game today. There's a lot of eyes on this game today, Sam.
Absolutely, there's no doubt about that. And lots of chat about Unai Emery potentially becoming the Manchester United manager. I know there's a lot of rumours about different managers taking place. There was a brilliant article in the Sunday Times today by Jonathan Northcroft where he talks about the immaturity of football clubs and the way they handle managerial appointments and the way they announce them and the way that seemingly the recruitment process is done. Obviously, Manchester United decided to be a little bit patient here. What does Michael Carrick need to do to convince the powers that be that he should be the next Manchester United manager?
Just keep carrying on this run. They've won their 5 home Premier League games under Michael Carrick. And they've scored in the last 17 Premier League games. Well, that's their best run since November 2012-13. But what he's done, and we've said this before, he's just gone and settled everybody down, because Manchester United is a behemoth of a football club, not just on the field but off it as well, and he just handled himself really well. So he's just gone back into the 4-2-3-1 system. Every player is playing in their right positions, and all the players trust him. They trust what he's trying to do. They know that he's very astute tactically. He's learnt his trade at Middlesbrough, where I think he did a really good job. So all he can do is just keep it on an even keel. And if he gets himself Manchester United in, it should be the top 5 we think is going to qualify for Champions League.
99% certain.
And so if it gets them in the Champions League, he's done a brilliant job from the position that he took over, because it was a complete shambles on and off the pitch. I'm not sure, I still think it's a shambles off the pitch at the moment, but he's settled everything down on it.
100% winning record under Michael Carrick at Old Trafford. They've won 6 of their 8 Premier League games under Michael Carrick as well, picking up more points than at any other side during that time. Can that continue this afternoon? If it does, it will put them in a great position to finish in the Champions League places at the end of the season. When these two met earlier in the campaign, Aston Villa won it late on, and actually arguably Manchester United were the better team that Sunday afternoon. Let's turn our attention back to the WSL, because it's full time in the WSL for TalkSport's Chris Hull.
Indeed it is, Sam. Full time. Aston Villa women 0, Man City women 0. Hats off to Villa. Absolutely brilliant in the first 45 minutes, and should have led against the Women's Super League champions-elect Manchester City. City much more dominant in the second period, far brighter. Chances for Shaw, Miedemar and Hemp all should have really found the back of the net for City. Not the best performance by Manchester City by a long way, underwhelming for prolonged spells, but City now 9 points clear at the top, and they need just 11 points from the last 5 games to win the top flight for the first time since 2016. Villa 0, City 0.
Spurs have dropped points today. They've been beaten by Everton in the WSL. London City were beaten at home by Arsenal. What a result for Liverpool, who have had a massive resurgence recently. They have beaten Leicester City, who are now rock bottom of the WSL, by 2-0. It's Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Next, we'll be taking you around the grounds in the Premier League.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
It's Mother's Day on Sunday, so make sure you get her a card, chocolates and flowers. But whatever you do, don't tell her about TalkSport Bet's latest exciting broadcast Super Boost, because mum's the word. Liverpool versus Spurs. Liverpool to win and over 1.5 goals in the match. Current price 40 to 85. Broadcast super boosted price 4 to 5. And check out even more great offers at TalkSportBet.com. TalkSport Bet, beloved broadcaster, bring it on bookie.
Get 3 months half price when you switch to an unlimited SIM with 3. That means quick streaming, faster downloads, and more money to spend on the things you love. Join the UK's fastest 5G network and get your unlimited SIM today. Buy now in store or c3.co.uk.
Unlimited 24-month light plan. Proof of switching required. Based on Ookla speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved. Subject to credit checks and terms.
Love sports? So do we! At Sporting Life, we give you access to premium sports betting insights, and it's all completely free. Whether it's the thrill of the race or the excitement of the big match, we're here because every moment matters. Join Sporting Life today to enhance your betting experience with in-depth analysis, exclusive content, and the latest form and stats. When it comes to sports, we're on your side. Search Sporting Life.
Quaker is an official sponsor of Team GB, and rightly so. After all, the rowing team's motto is Oats Move Boats. But why stop there? Team GB, if you're listening, try these on for size. Quaker sachets move bob sleighs. Ugly bowl forward roll. One for the gymnasts. The world's your stage when you eat some beige? Maybe just stick to Oats Move Boats. Quaker. Deliciously real, deliciously ugly sponsor of Team GB.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. And we've gone big on landscaping right through March. Get a 600-litre bulk bag of Supergrow topsoil, exclusive to Travis Perkins, for only £67 per bag. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
At Betfair, we're built for football's dramatic run-in. From European knockout rounds to the league's biggest six-pointers, where promotion, relegation and title issues can swing on a dodgy VAR call. Can you predict the twists to come? Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Betfair. Play different.
Opt-in required. Free bet valid for 7 days. Minimum 3 legs at 1.5 odds or higher to qualify. T's and C's apply. 18+. Gamblerware.org.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Liverpool versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
on 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport. Sunday, Game Day Live on DAB, online, on your mobile, on the Talk Sport app.
And a brilliant save again by the goalkeeper.
Football's #1 super-fast stadium safari. From the touchline to the terraces.
The UK's essential kit-connected gridwork of goal maps.
Sunday, Game Day Live on Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, it's Sam Matterface live with Game Day Live on Talk Sport as we take you round the grounds on this Sunday afternoon. Every kick, every whistle, every shot, every card will be brought to you before anybody else. You're in the right place if you want to know what's happening in the Premier League this afternoon. That is for sure. And beyond as well, details from the WSL, the Scottish Premiership and the Prem Cup Rugby Final. Plus, we've got the Women's League Cup Final this afternoon, keeping you in check. Let's go off to the Premier League game at Old Trafford and find out how Manchester United have started against Villa, Dave Rowe.
A goal so far, third against fourth. Big game to win in terms of Champions League qualification. Bright start by United, certainly on the front foot. One good move so far. Shaw making ground on the left-hand side, combining with Cunha. His deep cross, looking for Mbermo. Important defensive clearance there by Luca Digne to get it away. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
Off to the City ground where it's blustery, but we haven't really had a stormy start, Ian Abrahams.
No, very tentative. Forest 0, Fulham 0. Not really anything to write home about in terms of on the pitch. In fact, the thing to note off the pitch, the tifo from the Forest fans beforehand. We hope anybody's not stupid enough to write us off. Well, at the moment, they wouldn't be writing anything because nothing's really happened. Forest 0, Fulham 0.
Palace have made a good start at Selhurst Park. Alex Crook.
Yeah, still Crystal Palace 0, Leeds 0, but Palace very much the team in the ascendancy, the closest we've come to a goal. Brennan Johnson with a free kick from 22 yards out, flicked off the Leeds wall and behind for a corner. Palace 0, Leeds 0.
All eyes at 4:30 will be on Anfield. Liverpool hosting Spurs. Ian Dante will be reporting for TalkSport.
The smart money's on this game being Igor Tudor's last in charge of troubled Tottenham. 11 first-team options absent for this trip to take on Liverpool, with the potential for them to be in the drop zone come kick-off time. Not exactly a happy hunting ground for them either, Anfield. Liverpool have lost once in 31 Premier League home games against their opponents. Arne Slot's men, though, hoping to end the day in fourth spot. They have dropped points in 3 of their 5 home league games here against bottom 6 clubs. Not for those of a nervous disposition here at Anfield. Liverpool taking on Tottenham Hotspur.
Spend the afternoon with Ian Dante here on TalkSport, who's watching that game at Anfield for us this afternoon. In the Scottish Premiership yesterday, Hearts managed to somehow lose away at Kilmarnock. As a result of that, Rangers couldn't afford to miss today against St Mirren. They did not, and they won by 1-0 in the early kickoff there. It means that they are now third in the table as they were at the start of the day, but the gap at the top is just 3 points to Hearts, so it's getting very nervous and very tense at the top of the Scottish Premiership table. Dundee 0, Dundee United 0, just kicked off at 2 o'clock there in 2 teams, I suppose, that are at the bottom of the table, the bottom half of the table, and they will be in the bottom half split when eventually that happens. In the WSL, Aston Villa and Manchester City finished 0-0, 9 points clear at the top of the table. Manchester City, they need 11 points from the last 5 games to win the title. Arsenal beat the London City Lionesses. Everton 2-1 winners away at Tottenham, and Liverpool moving away from relegation danger. They beat Leicester by 2-0. At 2:15, it's the Women's League Cup final at Ashton Gate. Chelsea take on Manchester United, and Angelina Kelly is there for TalkSport.
Yes, edging closer to kick-off here at a sold-out Ashton Gate as Chelsea look to defend the League Cup against a Manchester United side who appear in this final for the first time. They've only ever beaten the Blues once, but with Sonia Bonpastor's side suffering with a few injuries, the Red Devils will fancy themselves to make history today. Kick-off is at 2:15. It's Chelsea versus Manchester United.
Kerry Harrop will join us as well with Angelina in the next few minutes to preview that Women's League Cup final. The Prem Rugby Cup final today kicks off at 3:30. Leicester against the Exeter Chiefs. The Chinese Grand Prix was won by Kimi Antonelli, and Ludwig Ahlberg leads the Players' Championship 13 under ahead of the final round, which starts at 20-6 tonight. Bryson DeChambeau won the Singapore individual at the Live Golf. He beat Richard T. Lee in a 4th playoff hole after they'd finished on 14 under. You're up to date. It's TalkSport taking you round the grounds on a Sunday afternoon. We're lucky enough to be sitting here in the studio in London with all of the games on. We're keeping a keen eye on proceedings. Perry Groves watching Elliot Anderson go close for Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, just had a brilliant chance on the right-hand side of the 18-yard box. Just cut inside, got onto his left foot and there's no defender around him within like 2 or 3 yards, and you think, just go to the far post, just try and bend it in with your left foot in the far post, and he's actually snap-hooked it with his left foot, and he's dragged it wide at the near post. And we said earlier, Sam, about Forest great chances, but they're not clinical enough. That was a shining example there of how poor Forest are in the 18-yard box.
Absolutely. Let's move on to the League Cup final, the Women's League Cup final, which gets underway in the next few minutes. We go to Ashton Gate and hear from Keris Harrop and Angelina Kelly. Good afternoon to you both. Angelina, just give us a quick couple of team news headlines before we get into the discussion about the final.
Yeah, so Sonia Bonpastor has made 2 changes to the side that knocked Man United out of the FA Cup a few weeks ago. Sandy Baltimore and Khadija Buchanan, who makes her first start this season, comes into the defence, but Naomi Girma, who has a knock, and Ellie Carpenter, who's unavailable as she's competing in the Asian Cup with Australia, as is Sam Kerr, who came off the bench to score against United in that FA Cup game. Absentees continue. Captain Millie Bright, she's still unavailable, but they will be happy to know that Alyssa Thompson, who's fresh from winning the She Believes Cup, and Lauren James, who's just signed a new contract with Chelsea, keep their places in the 11. Meanwhile, Mark Skinner makes 2 changes to the side that lost to the Blues. Jade Riviere returns from injury, and Elizabeth Turland come into the 11. But the club are without Hinata Miyazawa, who is representing Japan in the Asian Cup. And like you say, Sam, alongside me is someone who knows all about winning trophies at Ashton Gate, Keris Harrop, who lifted the FA Cup here with Birmingham City back in 2012 after beating none other than Chelsea. Kickoff is at 12:15. It's Chelsea versus Manchester United.
So there isn't a better person to ask about how to beat Chelsea in the final, because they're in the 7th consecutive final, Keris. United in their first. How do United overcome the mental hurdle after losing to Chelsea in the FA Cup just 3 weeks ago and having this unbelievable record against them where they haven't beaten them in 12 WSL meetings?
Yeah, I think it's always there at the back of your mind, but it's a final after all. You know, both teams are going to go out and give it their all, and I think for United, they're definitely after revenge, aren't they? Obviously lost in the last round last month in the FA Cup. They lost to Chelsea in the FA Cup final last year, so definitely motivation for Manchester United to beat Chelsea today. But I'm sure it'll be a really entertaining game. Great to see good fan base here from both teams as well.
Ellerton injured. Hinata Miyazawa is away with the Asian Cup. Who fills the creative void for Manchester United, do you think?
I think obviously Turland, you know, whenever I've seen her, she's always a really creative player and a natural goal scorer for Manchester United. Jess Parks contributed as well this season, and they've got the likes of Rolfo on the bench too, who are doing really well in Shula. So yeah, I think they've definitely got the firepower. Missing Tunan Hibazawa, but overall United have got strength in their squad and players that can definitely score goals today.
I like looking at the individual battles. So Lauren James will look like she's playing through the middle up front for Chelsea against Maya Letizia, who's obviously at centre half Manchester United. That could be key.
Absolutely, you know, I think Maya's had a brilliant season. She's always consistent, and Lauren James as well. We know the quality that she can bring. So yeah, I think that'll definitely be a key battle today, and we'll see who gets the better of the battle.
Angelina, you've been following the women's WSL for the last year for us here on Talk Sport. Who needs this more? Because Chelsea under a little bit of scrutiny, aren't they? Because last year they were sweeping everybody aside. They're way off the pace in the WSL this time around. But Manchester United need to sort of turn themselves from a nearly side into winners.
Yeah, I completely agree, Sam. I think that if you ask Chelsea fans, of course they want to win a trophy. They do need this. I think there is pressure on Sonia Bonpastor after being invincible last season, winning the domestic treble, to not get this trophy today. I think, you know, there would be some eyebrows raised. Not like she'd lose her job or anything, of course, as she signed a contract extension recently. But I think for Manchester United, it's more important, to be completely honest. I think, like you say, in order to level them up, to take them to that next level of seriously be competing with the likes of Arsenal, with the likes of Chelsea, Manchester City, etc., this is going to be very important today.
Thank you very much. That's Angelina Kelly, who's joining us live alongside Keris Harrop today for the Women's League Cup final. And if you notice there just at the end that there was just a slight pause and a lowering of the noise, it's because there is a period of silence in the build-up to that game today in memory of Oxford United goalkeeper Amelia Applin, who tragically passed away last weekend, and also the former Chelsea goalkeeper Amy Carr, whose passing was announced on Friday. Back with Keris and with Angelina very shortly. You're listening to Talk Sport. It's Sam Matterface, Perry Groves, and the boys and girls taking you around the grounds on this Sunday afternoon. Let's get to Old Trafford and find out what's been happening as Manchester United take on Aston Villa. Dave Rowe and Mickey Gray.
It's Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0. 14 minutes played. United certainly started on the front foot, put Villa under pressure in the first 5 minutes or so. Since then, Villa have really grown their way into the game. Crosses coming in from both left and right from Adinha, with the ball trying to seek out Morgan Rogers. The ball in from the right looking for Buendia, also caused the United defence some issues. And Villa had a really useful free kick situation too after a foul by Casemiro on Buendia. They completely wasted it 25 yards out. Tried to play it short involving Rogers, and the chance was wasted. But Villa working their way into the game here, Mickey.
They certainly are, and they're using this left-hand side a lot. Maybe the weakness of Manchester United with Euro and Dalot not wanting to work back as much as he should do. But there's some decent football, but not really much goal-mouth action, to be honest with you. I want Manchester United to up the tempo a little bit. Aston Villa look a little bit too comfortable right now.
Some neat hold up by Mbeumo moments ago to feed out Fernandes on the left-hand side.
It was, and he's going to have to do that, isn't he? Because they're very solid at the back, Aston Villa. They know how to defend, but they've got to get hold of the ball and just go through the gears a bit quicker.
Just past the 15-minute mark then, it's still Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
Manchester United, who lost 2-1 out to Newcastle last time out. First defeat since Michael Carrick was appointed as the head coach. It's a big test, actually, I think, for him to turn that around and rebound today and show that he means business, especially if he wants to be a candidate to be the permanent manager at the club. Let's go off to the City Ground, Nottingham. Any change in scoreline for Ian Abrahams?
No, 16 gone. Forest 0, Fulham 0. Best chance to Forest though. Elliot Anderson, right hand side of the penalty area between Robinson and Bassi. Pulled the ball onto his left foot, but his shot was well wide of Bernd Leno's goal. Leno's just had to come outside his area to head a long ball from Murillo. Clear, was looking for either Hudson-Odoi or Igor Jesus up front, but didn't find either. Fulham haven't really got into their stride yet. Barely seen Harry Wilson as an attacking threat, although he has just been brought down for a free kick 30 yards out, way out of the shooting range, you would think, for Fulham at this stage. 16 gone, Forest 0, Fulham 0.
Nico Williams getting booked for that as well. A little bit furious. He just got turned in the Murillo by Raul Jimenez. He fed the ball down the right channel, the Mexican, into the path of Harry Wilson, and Wilson looked like he was going to escape. That was an emergency decision from Williams. He brought him down. He had to get a yellow card.
You know what? You know when they're going to get booked is when the defender actually points at the ball. You know when they point at the ball and you go, I just took the ball, mate. You think, no, you ain't. You just took Wilson down by the kneecaps because he was away down that right-hand side. So
good chance for Manchester United at Old Trafford, across from Cunha from the left-hand side, looking to try and feed the ball into Ahmad. If it hadn't have been Ahmad and someone who was just slightly taller, maybe he would have got on the end of that.
Quite a tall centre-forward playing up front, like a Shesko, do you think? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not saying a word.
Michael Carrick's picked the wrong team already. It's a bit harsh. Only 7.5 minutes gone.
Don't put words into your mouth. You're not crook. Let's go down to Selhurst Park, and a good chance for Leeds United, Alex.
18 minutes gone here. Crystal Palace 0, Leeds 0. Palace started the brighter, but Leeds have really grown into the game in the last 6 or 7 minutes. As you say, they've carved the best opportunity so far. Crystal Palace not really clearing their lines after an initial ball was punted into the penalty area. It came for Brendan Aronson on the half volley, and he steered his effort just wide of Walter Benitez's left-hand post. We just had a VAR check as well for a potential penalty. It was all over very quickly, but it was a long throw from Ethan Ampadu, the Leeds captain, and there was definitely some grappling. Tyreek Mitchell, the Palace defender, involved in it. Lucas Metzger, who went down, was absolutely convinced, immediately sprinted to the referee, Thomas Bramall. They did have a look at it at Stockley Park and ultimately have decided there wasn't quite enough in it. So it remains Crystal Palace 0, Leeds United 0.
Indeed, 0-0 Crystal Palace Leeds, 0-0 Manchester United Aston Villa. Big chance for Luca Digne to put Aston Villa in front. A big chance for Ahmad to try and get onto a cross. He felt as if he was being pulled as the ball came into the penalty area from Cunha. And a huge chance for Fulham to take the lead at the City Ground. Ian Abrahams.
Forest 0, Fulham 0, but Fulham should be ahead. The free kick, which we described it when I was last on, given away for the foul on Harry Wilson, floated into the area, and Bassi 5 yards out, all alone. The Forest defence believed he was offside, but he wasn't. Headed straight at Sells. Sells Curiously, when he can use his hands, decided to try and clear with his feet, just about scuffed it, then into his arms, but it was a real chance for Fulham and a let-off for Forest. Forest 0, Fulham 0.
Earlier on today, TalkSport brought you the exclusive news that Roberto De Zerbi has no plans to return to management before the end of the season. De Zerbi is on Tottenham's list of potential targets as they are set to sack interim Igor Tudor. That's from our chief football correspondent Alex Cook earlier today. We'll monitor the developments there. Does feel a little bit odd, doesn't it, that everybody seems to think that Igor Tudor is going to lose his job and he hasn't even played the game that he's in charge of this afternoon yet. We'll see what happens with Ian Danter throughout the course of the afternoon. It's currently Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, Forest 0, Fulham 0, Palace 0, Leeds United 0, and we'll be taking you around the grounds in the Premier League and in the League Cup final, the Women's League Cup final as well at Ashton Gate, where it's currently Chelsea 0, Manchester United 0.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Liverpool versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Sport. It's in your DNA. That's why at SpreadX Sports you get great offers and features to aid your sports betting, including £30 in free bets when you join and place a qualifying £10 fixed odds bet at minimum odds of 1 to 2. Visit spreadx.com/DNA for full terms and conditions. SpreadX Sports. It's in our DNA. 18 plus gambleware.org. Qualifying bets cannot be cashed out early. Once settled, get 3 free £10 fixed odds bets on consecutive days. Free bet stakes not included in any winnings. Free bets must be claimed within 28 days.
Get 3 months half price when you switch to an unlimited SIM with 3. That means quick streaming, faster downloads, and more money to spend on the things you love. Join the UK's fastest 5G network and get your unlimited SIM today. Buy now in store or c3.co.uk.
Unlimited 24-month light plan. Proof of switching required. Based on Ookla speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved. Subject to credit checks and terms.
On average, Rift Tax refunds get their customers $3,000 back. Search Rift Tax refunds today. Someone in the UK has got that Euro Millions feeling because they have won the incredible £181 million Euro Millions jackpot. I reckon they've had a bit of a dance. All around the house, then out the door, down the path and into the street. For all we know, they're probably still dancing. Go on, guys. Get that Euro Millions feeling. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. And we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get Marshall's Tegular concrete block paving in various colours and sizes from only £27 per square metre. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
At Betfair, we're built for football's dramatic run-in. From European knockout rounds to the league's biggest six-pointers, where promotion, relegation and title issues can swing on a dodgy VAR call. Can you predict the twists to come? Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Betfair. Play different.
Opt-in required. Free bet valid for 7 days. Minimum 3 legs at 1.5 odds or higher to qualify. T's and C's apply. 18 plus gambleware.org.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Move over for a massive Monday night double on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
From 8, Brentford versus Wolves in the Premier League on TalkSport, while Portsmouth take on Derby County in the Championship on TalkSport 2.
Marvel at a maelstrom of Monday night football on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
It's TalkSport with Sam Matterface live with you on a Sunday afternoon. It's Game Day Live across the sporting world today in the Premier League. It's Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0, Crystal Palace 0, Leeds United 0, and Liverpool take on Tottenham Hotspur at 4:30 this afternoon. Earlier today, Rangers beat St Mirren away from home by a goal to 0, Dundee 0, Dundee United 0. The big Dundee derby today, which kicked off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. In the WSL, Manchester City went 9 points clear at the top of the table with a 0-0 draw away at Aston Villa. London City Lionesses were beaten by Arsenal. Tottenham Hotspur beaten at home by Everton, and Liverpool Liverpool beat Leicester City to move further away from relegation danger by 2-0. In the Women's League Cup final, just underway at Ashton Gate, Chelsea 0, Manchester United 0. Leicester Tigers against Exeter Chiefs in the English Prem Rugby Cup final kicks off at 3:30 this afternoon. Good chance for Manchester United just moments ago. We'll do that in just a second. Let's take a look at the latest odds, all thanks to Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Opt in and previous deposit required. Minimum odds and T's and C's apply. 18+, gamblerware.org.
It's currently Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0. United are 11-8 on to win the game. Villa 7-2. The draw is 11-4. It's currently Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0. Forest 11-8, Fulham 9-4. The draw is 2-1. Crystal Palace 0, Leeds United 0. Walter Benitez has just been called into making a save from Dominic Calvert-Lewin, although it looked like he was standing behind his goal line. Obviously, goal line technology was the arbiter, said it wasn't over the line, and it's still 0-0 between Palace and Leeds United. Palace 2-1 to win the game. The draw is 15-8. The Leeds victory is 7-4. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18+, speakgambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Opt in and previous deposit required. Minimum odds and T's and C's apply. 18+, gamblerware.org.
It's 4 out of 4 for Michael Carrick at Old Trafford. They should be in front, shouldn't they? Mickey Gray and Dave Rowe.
They should. It's Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, but one fantastic save by Emi Martinez to keep the score at 0-0. It came from a corner. Fernandes from the right-hand side. There was so much pushing and shoving in the area. Two United players went down with the ball. Came in. Maguire headed it back, and Ahmad was there heading towards goal. And Martinez somehow sprung to his right-hand side and palmed it away. We'd also seen Cunha with a deep cross towards the far post, seeking out Ahmad. Turned behind by Digne, and one lovely ball in by Dalot from the right that was turned out for a corner again. This time by Onana. Aston Villa have had one effort and gone. McGinn firing well wide after set up play by Luca Digne, but United here are on top. They should be in front.
Yeah, brilliant game, isn't it? Starts to open up a little bit now, and Ahmad, he had to make the pace on the header himself from the reverse header from Harry Maguire, but they're going through the gears now and looking really threatening in that opposition half. It has opened up. McGinn had a half a chance, but didn't really threaten that Manchester United goal, did he?
Do you think this front line is working? I mean, we've seen Seshko left on the bench today as they've got the ball around the edge of the area, and it's laid square towards the left-hand side, and Fernandes can't quite get the cross in, but Mbeumo as the front man effectively, Cunha pulling wide. How do you see it?
Well, the two big chances that have fell to Ahmad, haven't they, really? And those crosses, you're thinking if Seshko was on the pitch, he'd have 2 goals in the game already. Yeah, there's movement. He's just changing it up, Michael, but we'll have to wait and see, Dave, see if they can get themselves on that score sheet.
Certainly Manchester United on top here, but no breakthrough yet. 27 played. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
You'd expect them to find a breakthrough at some point. They've scored in their last 18 games in all competitions, Manchester United, although they haven't scored in 18 or more successive Premier League games since a 23-match sequence under Sir Alex Ferguson back in 2012-2013. But they've been pretty bright, haven't they, in the opening half an hour?
Here's a prediction for you. Manchester United are going to get a penalty from either a free kick or a corner or a cross from the wide areas, because Tyrone Mings got away with one on Amad Diallo where the ball came in and he pulled his shirt. And then Ross Barkley, you know when they say this sort of sustained holding, Ross Barkley had hold of Casemiro, and again, you know when Casemiro just went to the floor and Barkley gets up straight away, and you know when you do your hand signal, so I haven't touched him.
Yeah.
So Anthony Taylor, this sustained holding is a big bugbear of mine, is because Ross Barkley wasn't even facing, you know when they're facing the other way, they're not even facing the ball, so they have no intention of playing the ball, so therefore it's a foul. So the referee's got to be brave enough to say, you've held him like Greco-Roman wrestling, it's going to be a penalty.
That said, only one shot on target so far for Manchester United, no shots on target for Aston Villa. Let's go off to the City ground where Fulham have come closest so far. Ian Abrahams.
Yeah, a minute shy of half an hour gone. Forest 0, Fulham 0. That Bassey header, which really he should have buried from 5 yards out from a free kick. The best chance either side have had. It's curious to watch this, really. Forest, you can see, are racked by nerves and tension, and Fulham are playing carefree football. Flicks that come off, and even those that don't, they don't really care about it. Forest, though, every time a pass is mislaid, the City ground sort of groans as one, and they're urging their team forward. The final pass, though, has been absolutely lamentable this afternoon. Here they've got another chance, though, as it's laid out by Hudson-Odoi to Anderson, who plays it back in towards Hudson-Odoi, but Forest just going down cul-de-sac after cul-de-sac. They really do miss someone like Chris Wood up front. Half an hour gone, Forest 0, Fulham 0.
Goalless in the Premier League. Any sign of a breakthrough at Selhurst Park, Alex Crook?
Not really. It's still Crystal Palace 0, Leeds 0. We've reached the half-hour mark here as well. That chance that you were talking about, Dominic Calvert-Lewin from a corner, was a header from really close range, and you're dead right, Sam. Walter Benitez was clearly standing the wrong side of his goal line, obviously kept the ball the right side, but it wasn't great positioning from the keeper. That was the second header that Calvert-Lewin actually has put straight into the arms of Benitez. At the other end, Carl Darlow in the Leeds goal has not really had a save to make, as a long throw-in goes into the penalty area, and actually Darlow gets caught underneath the ball, but Leeds have managed to smuggle it clear to the edge of the penalty area. They just strike me, Crystal Palace, as a team lacking a little bit of energy this afternoon. Obviously they had a European game here against Larnaca in midweek, disappointing 0-0 draw, and they do look a bit leggy. This feels like a big opportunity for Leeds to get what would only be their second away win of the season and put daylight between them and the relegation places. 31 on the clock, it's Palace 0, Leeds 0.
Has Cardolo looked a little bit shaky in the opening half an hour, Perry Groves?
You know what, he had a situation where the ball was passed back to him, Guesson goes and closes him down, and he got the ball stuck underneath his feet. And, you know, Guesson actually got his block tackle in, and lucky enough for Darlow, it went to the left of him, and then they were able to clear the danger lead. So that's the only time that I think, to be fair, Palace have looked like they was going to score, because as they're saying there, there's little creativity on either side, and the game just seems a little bit one-paced. There's no spark there, you know, there's no energy.
You were talking about those statistics in regards to Nottingham Forest earlier on today. You know, the fact is that they have got the worst conversion rate in the Premier League. 8.6% of their shots in all competitions this season have been converted. That just shows you the stark difference to last season, when they were so efficient in front of goal, and how much they miss Chris Wood. Not that you wouldn't miss Chris Wood, but it's just over-reliance has been completely underscored there, hasn't it?
You know what it is? It gives you a focal point when he's there. His finishing is very good, but then the confidence then it sort of evaporates from the rest of the team, because if you've got a centre forward you know who's scoring, it doesn't matter how you're playing in the game, you actually think as a group of players, do you know what, if we stay in this game we can still nick a goal. Whereas you're looking at Nottingham Forest players at the minute, obviously Morgan Gibbs-White's is going to take a free kick in a minute, Elliot Anderson gets himself on the ball, they don't believe that Igor Jesus is going to score. Do you know what I mean? And then that gives you less confidence, where sometimes you'll be whipping the ball across 6-yard box, you sort of come back again, you take another pass, but it is because of the situation that Forest are in. You know, they're not going to play free because of the sort of tension, anxiety you have with the relegation battle.
Well, this time last year they were third in the Premier League. This year they're third from bottom in the Premier League, but they have just had a free kick towards the goal that's being defended by Burnt Leno. It's an easy save. It goes through the wall and straight into the arms of the German goalkeeper. What's happening at Ashton Gate in the League Cup final? Talk Sports, Angelina Kelly.
It's Chelsea 0, Manchester United 0. A very lively start to the game. Both sides have had their chances. Lauren James has been brilliant. She came close with a beautiful curling shot that went over the bar. Man United's Elizabeth Turland has had her fair share of chances in particular. She forced Hannah Hampton into a save in the opening minutes with a shot from 30 yards out. Women's FA Cup winner Keris Harrop is alongside me. You mentioned to Sam on air that Turland would be important for United, and I know you've had your eye on Lauren James in particular. She's been excellent, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think she's been the standout player so far. I think in the first 10 minutes she's won her team 3 corners early on and whipping in crosses. Lucy Brond unfortunate not to get on the end of one, and he had a good chance herself with her right foot. So I think Lauren James definitely the spark at the minute. Though Chelsea are dominating the play, I think Man United have probably had the clearer chances, haven't they, through Turland, but yeah, an open game so far.
Yep, and Chelsea fans will be very happy to see Lauren James performing so well after she's just signed that contract extension. It's Chelsea 0, Manchester United 0.
We've just seen the goal line technology picture from that Walter Benitez moment where he seemed to be standing behind his line as he collected a header from a set piece against Leeds United from Dominic Calvert-Lewin. And he is literally survived by the skin of his teeth, because there is literally about half an inch of the ball that is on the line.
That looked like Rafa Benitez in goal, to be fair. He couldn't move his feet, and what he's done, he's actually backed off, so his feet are a yard behind the line. So instead of actually putting his palms of his hands out, where you actually make sure your hands are in front of the line. He's let it come into his chest, and it's the arc of the ball, and it's just that inch arc of the ball that is touching the goal line.
What do we think that's down to? The fact that he hasn't played very much Premier League football this season, and he's just a little bit rusty. He's not sure of his coordinates like he would be if he was playing week in, week out. What?
Yeah, I think it's just he looked very hesitant, didn't he? Like if you're sort of a goalkeeper who's full of yourself, like Martinez for Aston Villa, and you've got that presence and you're sort of mentally focused and in tune with what's going on, then you just play freely. It just looked like Benitez there was overthinking it, because I said even for a goalkeeper, his technique was wrong, wasn't it? Because he should be taking it with the palm of his hands in front of his chest, because then he knows 100% there's no chance of it going over the line. He lets it go into his midriff, so that just tells you that he hasn't got his brain working properly.
Both Chelsea and Manchester United are desperate to win the Women's League Cup. Someone has struck first. Which one is it? Angelina Kelly.
It's Chelsea 1, Manchester United 0, and it is Lauren James, who we were just speaking about, who gets the goal. Manchester United defender Janssen makes a bit of a mistake, gives the ball away to Lauren James. She dances into the box and just slots it into the back of the net. With Women's FA Cup winner Keris Harrop here. Keris, you were just talking about Lauren James, how brilliant she's been, and that just shows you what she can do when she is fit and firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, she's been a real threat this first 20 minutes of the game, and that's the one player you don't want to give the ball to in the box. And even though, well, I'll say she's predominantly right-footed, but she's both-footed and she slots it away really nicely there into the corner. Calm and composed from Lauren James, and yeah, definitely deserving of that goal to put Chelsea 1-0 up.
It's Chelsea 1, Manchester United 0.
Chelsea lead the Women's League Cup final. Manchester United behind at Ashton Gate, and a chance for Nottingham Forest to take the lead. A shot from Dominguez from the edge of the area sends the ball towards Bernd Leno's right, but he makes a smart save, and it remains 0-0. It's Game Day live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Liverpool versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. Next, we'll be taking you back around the grounds in the Premier League, where currently it's Manchester United 0, Villa 0, Forest 0, Fulham 0, Palace 0, Leeds United 0, and that game at Ashton Gate, where it remains Chelsea 1, Manchester United 0. Big chance for Ismaila Sarr to put Crystal Palace in front, but the offside flag was up anyway, and he missed the target. This is TalkSport.
Sunday Game Day live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Igor, you arrived at Spurs with a reputation for instant impact wherever you go. What's gone wrong?
Gone wrong? We are absolutely on track.
But you've won 0 points and you're now in a relegation battle.
Exactly.
That's the plan?
Of course. How else do you expect us to win a trophy next season, eh?
Spurs might not be getting quite what they bargained for, but with Paddy Power, you can, with a free matched bet builder on any Premier League game this weekend. Paddy Power. Pre-match online bet builder bets only. Win 3 legs plus. Maximum bet varies from £2 to £25 per customer. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Amazon Spring Deal Days is here with deals up to 40% off. So Gary here can get a little deal hunting done, hiding away from his seasonal chores. He deserves this moment to save big on electronics, outdoor, home and more. Footsteps, Gary! Get back to work! But just one more peek at the Amazon deals before... Oh, that is lovely. Hurry to get Amazon Spring Deals. Up to 40% off from the 10th to the 16th of March. Selected products only.
At AJ Bell, we believe investing is for everyone. Even people who know nothing about investing. Like Keith, who thought dividends were a boy band. Jessica, who thought compound interest was a prison dating app. And Sue thought FTSE 100 was a bit of under-the-table fun, which surprised her accountant.
Oh, no.
If we can make investing feel good for them, it's no wonder which have recommended us 7 years running. AJ Bell, feel good investing. The value of your investments can go up or down.
It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep on going under.
Get that Toyota electric feeling with the all-new, all-electric Toyota Urban Cruiser. Available with 0% APR representative and £1,500 deposit contribution. And save £1,500 with the Toyota Electrified Saving. Visit your nearest Toyota centre. Price from $29995. Available on Toyota PCP when financed through Toyota Financial Services by 30th of June 2026. Optional final payment. Indemnities may be required. See website conditions apply.
Listen up, football fans. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM. It's showtime. New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Liverpool versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Previously on White and Jordan.
The Championship gets an old geezer swinging a rattle. It's all about packaging and imagery and stardust, and the Championship and the EPL wants to be looked like the runt of a litter.
More meat, less waffle.
The opportunities are huge.
White and Jordan.
Join the binary broadcast blowout.
Tomorrow morning from 10 on the world-famous TalkSport.
Talk Sports, Sam Matterface with you on Game Day Live on Talk Sport across the sporting world today. 0-0 Manchester United, Aston Villa. 0-0 Nottingham Forest, Fulham. 0-0 Crystal Palace, Leeds United. And Liverpool Tottenham gets underway at 4:30. What does the future hold for Igor Tudor? Is there a future? St Mirren 0, Rangers 1 in the Scottish Premiership earlier today. 3 points now, the gap to Hearts at the top of the table, and they played the same number of games as well, Rangers. Dundee United and Dundee 0-0 as we approach half-time in the Dundee derby. Aston Villa drew 0-0 with Manchester City, who have a 9-point lead at the top of the WSL earlier today. There are other big results for Arsenal, for Everton and for Liverpool, who move further away from relegation danger. Chelsea lead 1-0 against Manchester United in the Women's League Cup final. That kicked off at 2:15 at Ashton Gate. And the Leicester Tigers and the Exeter Chiefs clash at 3:30 in English Prem's Rugby Cup final. Let's get off to Old Trafford. Diego Dallo has a big chance for Manchester United. Mickey Gray and Dave Rowe.
Yeah, still Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0. As the game has gone on, United have become more and more dominant. Decent balls coming into the penalty area on regular occasions. They've had 2 big chances and have not taken them. The first was to Amar, well saved by Martinez. The second has fallen, as you say, to Diego Dallo. Lovely ball in by Fernandes, tipped in from the left-hand side, and Dallo got round the back of Digne, took a touch, and then absolutely skied it over the crossbar. A frustrated Watkins has just been booked for kicking the ball away. He's feeding off scraps. Emery is frustrated, but Dallo should have scored.
Oh, absolutely. It's a big opportunity. Great first touch, I have to say, to get it onto his left foot, but he's just got to compose himself. They put some wonderful balls into the area in this first half, Manchester United, but I have to say, even both sides, they've given the ball away so much. I think the best first touch we've seen in this first half, Dave, came from Unai Emery.
Absolutely. Yes, his team cannot hang the ball at all. 3.5 to go in the first half. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
They haven't got a great record away from home, have they? Only won 1 of their last 5 Premier League away games, Aston Villa. Let's move on to the City Ground. Talk Sports, Ian Abrahams.
2.5 minutes to half-time. Forest 0, Fulham 0. Shots, I should say. A free kick from way out by Gibbs-White and one from Dominguez. Edge of the penalty area, comfortably saved with a capital C by Leno in the Fulham goal. Still Bassey's header early on, 5 yards out. The best chance either side have had. Forest 0, Fulham 0.
Fulham have lost 5 of their last 8 Premier League games, were bruised by going out of the FA Cup last Sunday to Southampton as well. Nottingham Forest record at home, not very good either, and 7 of their remaining 9 Premier League games are against sides in the current top 12 of the Premier League. This feels like a game they need to win. Let's go off to Selhurst Park. Crystal Palace against Leeds. Talk Sports, Alex Crook.
2.5 minutes to play in this first half. It's still Palace 0, Leeds 0. But Leeds United have been awarded a penalty. It was a corner from the right-hand side taken by Anton Stack, and there's pretty clearly a Crystal Palace handball in there. The referee, Tom Bramall, had a very good view of it, immediately has pointed to the spot. I'm still waiting to see a replay to see whose hand it was. It may well have been Will Hughes as they were trying to defend that corner. VAR will of course be double checking, but this could be a massive moment for Leeds, who never win away from home in the Premier League. I'm watching a replay now. In comes the corner, and Will Hughes, he puts his right arm above his head. I don't know what he's doing, guys. I'm not sure if you've seen the replay back in the studio.
Yeah,
what's his arm doing there?
We've seen the replay and we can't quite believe it. Why on earth has he stuck his arm into the air, Perry Groves?
Do you know what? That is complete panic, because he's got himself sandwiched in between 3 Leeds players, and as the ball comes in, he's just put his arm straight up in the air like he's just trying to, you know, when you have the basketball, when it comes off the rim, you're just trying to like dink it back in again. For an experienced player, that is absolutely ridiculous.
What's his argument there, Perry? That he was getting pushed in the back. Why is the VAR checking it?
He's pretending that he was pushed. And we've seen, the only angle we've got, Sam, is obviously when the corner comes in from Leeds' right-hand side, we can just see sort of right down the lens. And it's just like they're coming together about 5 or 6 players. He looks like he's panicked. There's no need for him to put his hand up where he's put his hand up.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty clear-cut decision, Alex.
Yeah, the VAR check is over. Obviously, it won't be overturned, and Leeds United have a chance here in what is now the final minute of regulation time in the first half to take the lead. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has waited patiently during that review at Stockley Park. He places the ball down now, so it's going to be Calvert-Lewin in bright orange footwear who's put it wide. Oh my word! That is a shocking penalty from Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Benitez, the goalkeeper, guessed the wrong way. It doesn't matter because he's blazed it the wrong side of the right-hand upright. What a missed opportunity for Leeds. Palace 0, Leeds 0.
Oh, when you go through his last 5 penalties before then, he usually scores, and if he does miss, he misses the target. The last one he missed went over the top of the crossbar. This one's gone to the right-hand side of the post. It's narrowly wide, but it's off target from Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who hasn't scored in his last 4 games, and he hasn't scored this afternoon either. Back for half-time very shortly on Game Day Live in the Premier League, where it's Manchester United 0, Villa 0, Forest 0, Fulham 0, and Palace 0-0 with Leeds, because Dominic Calvert-Lewin has just missed a penalty.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games flexibly with Now. Like Liverpool versus Spurs live today. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Nobody knows Vegas like BetMGM. And we know just how loud it can get. So sometimes it's important to turn it down or take a break. Because a little pause keeps the fun in play. To find out more about BetMGM's safer gambling tools and how we can support you to keep your play safe, visit the safer gambling area of our app or website. BetMGM. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
It's even bigger than that full house decorating job you've got on. Or that 30-foot high ceiling you've got to paint. It's the Johnston's Decorating Centre Big Sale event with huge savings and multi-buy deals like Cover Plus Vinyl Matte, 10-litre Brilliant White or Magnolia, any 2 for £70. And don't forget to ask what you get free when you buy 3 on selected lines. So get to your local Johnston's Decorating Centre now or visit johnstonsdc.com. T's and C's apply. Prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Tesco Insurance are driving down the cost of motoring with 10% off car insurance. Take out a car insurance policy before the 15th of May 2026 and you'll get 10% off with club card prices. We offer a range of cover options so you can choose the one that's right for you. Save 10% when you buy or renew a car policy with Tesco Insurance. Search Tesco Car Insurance and get a quote direct today. Club card required. Excludes add-ons. T's and C's apply.
American college football is coming to Wembley Stadium. 19th of September, the University of Kansas Jayhawks take on the Arizona State University Sun Devils in the inaugural Union Jack Classic, bringing the speed, power, and tradition of American college football to London. Get tickets now at unionjackclassic.com. See future NFL stars, along with tailgating, pageantry, cheerleaders, and marching bands. That is American college football. Tickets starting at £59. Go to unionjackclassic.com.
1983 election, she's won a landslide second term.
Police have been deployed to disperse crowds as the poll tax riots escalate.
Credit crunch is continuing to spread from the USA.
Britain has left the European Union. I mean, the list goes on. Boris, Liz,
We've
Rishi.
helped Britain invest through 45 years of change. That's why we're the UK's #1 investment and savings platform, trusted by 2 million people. Hargreaves Lansdown, helping Britain invest for it all. Investment returns vary. For claim verification, visit hl.co.uk.
This season, I want to feel it from the start. Want to beat the odds and prove them all wrong. Look them in the eye and say, want to bet? Bet Fred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Sunday Game Day Live on TalkSport with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Pleasure yourself with football. Sunday Game Day Live.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Game Day Live on TalkSport with me, Sam Matterface. Across the sporting world today, Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0, Crystal Palace 0, Leeds United 0. Liverpool take on Tottenham later on today at 4:30. Rangers have already won in the Scottish Premiership. Dundee and Dundee United are locked at 0-0 at half-time in their game, which kicked off at 2. Aston Villa drew 0-0 with Manchester City in the WSL. London City Lionesses were beaten at home by Arsenal. Tottenham beaten at home by Everton, and Liverpool beat Leicester by 2-0. Chelsea 1-0 up against Manchester United in the Women's League Cup final, and the English Prem Rugby Cup final starts at 3:30 this afternoon. Half-time in all of our games at the Premier League. We'll start off by going to Old Trafford. And Mickey Gray and Dave Rowe can give us details of yet another goalless first half at Old Trafford.
Yes, Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0. United have had the better of things, but both sides have been guilty of giving the ball away too much. There have been two big chances for the home side. First off, Fernandes' corner met by Maguire, who headed across for Ahmad to force a great save out of Martinez, diving away to his right-hand side. And then, once again, delivery from Fernandes, this time from the left, and Dalot coming in around the back. Decent first touch control, but then skied the effort way off target. There's not been too much for Aston Villa in an attacking sense. There was one breakaway late in the half, led by Barclay striding forward onto Watkins. Unfortunately for Villa, he took a heavy first touch, and Yoro was back there to make a saving challenge. Nice to have been the better side so far. Not been thoroughly convincing though.
Yeah, well, if it goes on chances, United should be going in at half-time leading this game. Ahmad, it's a fantastic opportunity. Wonderful save, I have to say, from Martinez, but the Dalot chance, when he chops it onto his left foot, he just has to hit the target. They put some great balls into the area, crosses that probably Sesko would have loved to have been on the pitch for, because there was a couple of chances there what he would have put in the back of the net. I think you look at Villa now as well, they've got to do better in that final third.
At the break, Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
I was just about to go to Alex Crook and say it's all got a little bit fractious before half-time at Selhurst Park. Oliver Glasner has gone in the book, but something much more significant has happened. Talk Sports, Alex Crook.
Well, I'd say it's all gone a little bit farcical, to be quite honest. We're 6 minutes into added time. Crystal Palace 0, Leeds 0. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has missed a penalty, and Leeds are now down to 10 men. Gabriel Gudmundsson has just been shown a second yellow card. It was a innocuous-looking enough incident in the centre circle with Ismail Assar. He probably was a tad late, the Leeds defender. The referee, Thomas Bramall, showed the yellow card, but it looked to me as if he didn't realise that Gudmundsson had already been booked earlier in the half, and there was a big delay before the red card was shown. I'm not sure that Thomas Bramall would have shown the second yellow card had he have realised that Gudmundsson had already been booked.
Is it a challenge that deemed it necessary that he had to produce a yellow card, Perry Groves?
I think it's on those borderline ones where Gudmundsson doesn't really need to go in for the ball, where Sarr's sort of trying to shield it and just sort of spin away from him. Then he goes in. As Cookie said there, I think Thomas Bramall, if he'd have realised that he'd already given me, he might have given him a warning, but he couldn't wait to get the yellow card out straight away. And then obviously he has to send him off. So you'd have to say, I think Leeds have probably had a better 2 minutes in their season so far, with Calvert-Lewin missing a penalty and then Gudmundsson getting sent off.
It's amazing, Crook, isn't it, really? Because there's a shot as half-time does eventually come, where the two managers are walking down the touchline and they're both giggling and laughing as if to say this is completely farcical.
Yeah, well, there was an incident just before that, and that's what sparked both managers getting a yellow card. Again, Ismail Assar was the Palace player involved. He's gone down holding his face. He was trying to kid on to the referee that he'd taken an elbow in the face. That was Jakob Biol, who had also already been booked. A lot of the Palace players were asking for a second yellow card. You watch a replay, his arms caught him on his upper back. So why Ismail Assar has gone down holding his face, only he knows. And I think in this incident, it should have been a yellow card for Sarr for simulation, because he was trying, clearly, to get the Leeds player sent off. Half-time whistle has gone, as you said, it's 0-0. It was pretty lifeless until late in the half when Calvert-Lewin put that penalty wide of the post. But a big job for Leeds, now down to 10 men. Gudmundsson sent off.
Well, we know why he was saying that. It was because, Perry Groves,
it looked, I don't know, Cookie, he's saying that the shoulder of Biol then went up into his lip, because the physios...
He's bit his lip.
Yeah, but the physios were actually treating his lip. They actually got the old sponge out,
it was bleeding,
got it on, as if to say, yep, it has hit him in the face. But I'm with you, Crookie. I think it was complete and utter simulation. I think he should have been booked, because I don't think he caught him in the face.
But he bit his lip.
Bit his own lip.
It wasn't simulation. He wasn't like pretending that he wasn't hurt. He was hurt, but he did bite his own lip.
Well, you mean he bit his lip because he didn't want to slaughter the referee?
He just didn't. He didn't know what was going on, but he had bitten his lip, so he was getting treatment because he was bleeding from the mouth. That's why.
You know what? These 3 games, it's like watching Great Britain in the Eurovision Song Contest at the minute, isn't it? It's all null-point. Calvert-Lewin could have really dragged this up by its socks, and he scuffed his penalty and hit it wide.
Well, it's also half-time in the game at the City Ground, and here's TalkSport's Ian Abrahams.
Forest 0, Fulham 0. If this is must-win for Forest, the problem is no one's told the team. They haven't really played with the intensity of a team that absolutely have to win this game, and the best chance has gone to the opposition. Fulham's Calvin Bassey, with a header 5 yards out. He should have buried it, headed straight at Sells, who saved cumbersomely with his feet, and eventually managed to gather the ball in. At the other end, shots from distance from Gibbs White with a free kick, and Dominguez with a shot easy for Bernd Leno. He could have saved them in his sleep and probably would do 10 times out of 10. Fulham have looked fairly comfortable, and Forest need to up their game somewhat in the second half. I wonder what Mr. Marinakis feels watching on his 100-inch screen TV just down in front of me. Forest 0, Fulham 0.
We could always wander down and ask him. Wouldn't be the worst thing you've ever done. 03717223344 will be the number to call a little bit later, by the way, when you'll be able to have your say on all of the weekend's football with Alan Pardew from 6:30 tonight on the Final Word. Will we be talking about 3 goalless games in the Premier League? Well, Manchester United tend to do this and score in the second half of matches. The other 2, well, they look like they're very much going to form, which is at the moment usually people dropping points. Let's get the latest odds from Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Minimum odds and T's and C's apply. 18+, gamblerware.org.
Currently Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, and United are evens to go on and win the game. The draw is 15-8, Villa 7-2. Nottingham Forest 0, Fulham 0, Forest 13-8, the draw 5-4, Fulham 11-4. Crystal Palace 0, Leeds United 0, Leeds down to 10, Goodmanson sent off, and Leeds have missed a penalty. And they're 5-1 to win the game now, with a draw 6-4, and Palace big favourites to get all 3 points at 11-10, and that's a good result if that does happen for Nottingham Forest and for West Ham and for Tottenham, who play later. So it's a big twist in the relegation picture if Leeds don't get all 3 points today, and they're up against it, having gone down to 10 players and having missed a penalty. That odds update is all thanks to Betfair. Returns accurate of 10 minutes ago. For verification, see betfair.com. Over 18s only. Conditions apply. Go to gambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. Get a free £10 bet when you bet £10 on Accas or Bet Builders on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Minimum odds and T's and C's apply. 18+, gamblerware.org.
Approaching half-time in the Women's League Cup final at Ashton Gate. Keris Harrop is alongside Angelina Kelly.
Yes, it's Chelsea 1, Manchester United 0. Since Lauren James put the Blues ahead, United have tried to get back into the game with chances for Jess Park and Elizabeth Turlin, but they haven't been clinical enough. And at the other end of the pitch, their defence has looked very nervy. Keris, what have you made overall of Manchester United's response?
Yeah, like you say, I think they've come back into it, had a bit more possession. I think it was very much Chelsea-dominated possession in the first 20-25 minutes. Couple of chances, Turland hit the crossbar, but yeah, looking shaky, gaps in defence there. Nuskin's played a really good ball through to Elisa Thompson. She's one-on-one with the keeper. I think probably should have took the shot a little bit earlier. Could have been 2-0 to Chelsea, but a great